You know, sometimes all you need is 20 seconds of insane courage. Just literally 20 seconds of just embarrassing bravery. And I promise you, something great will come of it.
For all the ladies in the place with style and grace, allow me to lace these lyrical douches in your bushes, who rock grooves and make moves with all the mommies. The back of the club sipping Moet is you find me. The back of the club macking hoes, my crew's behind me. Mad question asking, blunt passing, music blasting. But I just can't quit because one of these honeys Biggie got to creep with, sleep with, keep the ep a secret. Why not? Why blow up my spot? Cause we both got hot. Now check it. I got more Mac than Craig and in the bed. Believe me, sweetie, I got enough to f needy. No need to be greedy. I got mad friends with Benzes. See notes by the layers. True fucking players. Jump in the Rover and come over. Tell your friends jump in the GS3. I got the chronic free. Straight up, honey, really. They attracting with that line, what's your name, what's your sign? Soon as he buy that wine, I just creep up from behind and ask you what your interests are. Be with things to make you smile. What numbers to dial? You gon' be here for a while. I'm gon' call my crew, you gon' call your crew. We can rendezvous at the bar around 2. Plans to leave, throw the keys to C's, put the truck up front and roll up. Then here for a while, I'm gon' call my crew, you gon' call your crew. We can rendezvous at the
Hey, hi, hello. What's up, Internet? How's it going out there? I hope everyone is doing well and good. Wait. Pull up all my windows again. A disaster. But I'm here. Early-ish. Earlier than normal. At least. So at least give me credit for that. Yeah, I hope you all are doing well. Had a good Monday, Tuesday, etc. As good as they can be, at least. You know, never ideal. I had so much to do, so much editing and cleaning and so many things. So I couldn't show up yesterday. Apologies. I keep doing that where I say, "Hey, I'm going to be here at this time," and then I'm not there. I'm sorry. It's so hard for me to keep a schedule. It really is. It just, like, things pile up and then I just can't stand the piles of laundry and dishes, and I just have to do those things. And I had to vacuum and just a million things. I did finish editing all the shorts I had to, but I didn't get to, like, cutting any, like, short form videos, like 5 to 10 minute things, like I've been trying to do. But hopefully in the next couple days sometime I'll pull something or other. I don't even know. It's all a blur. But I'm, like, so close to finishing this painting. It's pretty close. Pretty close. Oh, fuck. I forgot. I have to mix the color for the eyes. That's gonna be a little annoying. But after that, then I can just focus on the teeth, the hair, and the dress. I might be able to finish it tonight. Depends on how long it takes me to mix that color. It's a hit or miss. Sometimes it's like easy and intuitive, and other times like you're like, this color doesn't exist. It can't be mixed. It's not possible. I think I might actually go back over with like a sepia tone, because I want it to look like aged. Like this is an old ass photo that was photocopied. So it's just like hazy. So I think just like a glaze after it's all dry will kind of like give that effect. But that's my goals for tonight. Hope y'all are good. I don't have much going on other than that, really. Oh, I took some pictures with my plants. I'll post those later. I forgot to post them. But some like last pictures of the summer's flowers in my garden. People shy. I'm such an old lady. I just like my cats in my garden. I'm just an 80-year-old woman living in a 30-year-old body. What can you do? It's the little things in life. My hair's messy. There's so much news I feel like I've been missing and shit, but hopefully we've got like Amy Goodman and some stuff from the Majority Report and the Humanist Report and More Perfect Union. They're gonna fill us in. It's gonna be a good time. Oh yeah, I made the galaxy move. Look at that. We're spinning through space now. It's immersive. And it does like it's not like a perfect loop. You can see the line here. But it's okay. I'm kind of proud. Honestly. Okay. CORNSPIRACY. CORNSPIRACY.
So the WASD report came out today. That's the World Agricultural Supply Demand Estimate. And somehow they misplaced 1 million acres of corn. So corn prices are coming down today. Not entirely sure how you miss an entire 1 million acres, but this keeps happening in their assessments. And I'm not usually that conspiratorial when it comes to these reports, but it seems...
Oh, the painting is my grandmother.
Seems odd to me that right now, while we are experiencing some of the highest feeder prices and cattle prices getting as high as they are, that somehow magically we're finding all of this grain and our exports keep getting hurt. I don't know. I'm going to keep my eye on this one, but something just isn't adding up because like
okay,
now
wait a
they're
second. So
projecting one of the largest.
be more specific here. Walk me through this a little bit. So when you say that they're missing 1 million acres of corn?
So the WASD report is like the big monthly report the USDA puts out on their projected estimates for the production, not just in the U.S. but globally. In the United States, though, they're usually pretty accurate. And at this point, we already have an assessment where we're at. Last month, they said we were at 96 million acres of corn. Now they're saying we're at over 97 million, which means they found another million somewhere. And it is possible that there were just some papers that weren't filed. But I am highly suspicious that there was over 1 million acres unaccounted for. It just doesn't seem possible to me. Just
So
with how late we
when-
are in the season, and they use satellites, like they should have seen this.
So when there is a, plus 1% undercounting of our corn supply, essentially, or anticipated corn supply, prices on corn goes up, that gets passed down through the system. I should say prices on corn futures goes up. That gets passed down through the system. And then
the prices is going down because the supply is expected.
Well, the
to
price is
climb
going
from
down now, but last month, do the prices go up a little bit? And then people are trying to make off that delta?
No, last month they were also down a little bit. We've been trending down since about midsummer because.
So what is the conspiracy, though?
The crop is good.
So what is the conspiracy?
The cost for livestock is reaching an all-time high. So my thought process on this is that since the dairy industry and the meat packing industry, both industries that are highly impacted by high costs of inputs like corn, are maybe having a few of their buddies in an accounting firm, find some extra acres somewhere, and then, the price comes down, and then, the feedlots can't charge as much because their input costs are not as high. It just seems suspicious to me that while food prices for things like meat is going up as it is, and now all of a sudden they're finding corn at an unusual time. Like, we don't normally find this much corn this late in the season. We usually have it figured out by now, which is why I'm a little suspicious of it.
Interesting.
Also, the Mississippi River has been running at a historic low, and barge traffic is getting dangerous. They've had to lower the weight capacity on some of them so they don't, run ashore. So that's also hurting exports. So that's another thing keeping corn prices down.
All right. Well, Kowalski, thanks for the update. Let us know if you come up with any other ideas about what's going on.
All righty. Well, also feel better, and I hope you didn't lose your sense of taste. That has been something that's been going around here again lately. I think I've avoided it, but we'll see. They also said I can't get my booster until November.
Why?
Don't know why. I don't know. They said
Does that include this new one? Was that the bivalent one? Because this new one just got...
I believe they said that they are not expecting the new booster until November, and since I got my last booster in December, they said I'm not eligible to get one until that November one.
Well, I have a feeling we're going to know in the next day or two who's going to be eligible, and then they're going to roll it out, and I bet you can get it. I bet you can get it. I don't know how many different Walgreens or CVS you have now.
I work around way too many old people at the co-ops who aren't getting vaccinated, and as much as I hate them for making that decision, I don't want them to die. So
yeah, no, I mean, and I should just reminder. I said this yesterday. Test 2, the number 2, treat.org. You can get some free tests, and if you need any type of telemedicine because you have COVID, you can get that there free. So appreciate the call. As soon as we know more about that new and they're not calling it a booster, but the new vaccine, I will let you know. Not just you, but everybody.
Good luck and feel better. Bye.
Thanks, man.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report.
I am Amy Goodman.
The COVID-19 student loan forbearance ended this month, and some 40 million Americans once saw interest begin to accrue again on their federal student loans on September 1st. Next month, repayments on the loans themselves will resume. As people struggle to make their first payments in more than 3 years, many are being targeted by robocalls that promote scams which offer help that is not real. Student loan borrowers in Minnesota who paid one of the 52 companies suspected of falsely promising them loan forgiveness could get help after the state launched an investigation. This is Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison.
We at the Minnesota Attorney General's office opened up an investigation into some companies that are purporting to help students do debt relief. What if they tell you that they can forgive your loan or cancel your loan? You know, they probably cannot. Really, only that's something the federal government can do. Know that if it's too good to be true, it probably is.
Last week, the Biden administration announced 4 million student loan borrowers are now enrolled in a new so-called income-driven repayment plan called Saving on a Valuable Education, or SAVE. That it launched after the Supreme Court ruled against Biden's plan to forgive up to $20,000 in federal student loans per person in June. Meanwhile, another tool launched by the Debt Collective helps people apply to the Department of Education and ask them to cancel the borrower's debt. As the website notes, quote, filling out this form creates an individual demand letter tailored to your own student debt story, calling on the Department of Education to use its powers to cancel not just your debt, but everyone's. For more on all of this, we're joined by Astra Taylor, organizer with the Debt Collective. She has also just published her new book titled The Age of Insecurity, Coming Together as Things Fall Apart. Thanks for being with us, Astra, as you go on your book tour for The Age of Insecurity. Let's start off by talking about this month. What's just happened September 1st and then October 1st, and what you're suggesting happens.
Yes, in terms of student debt payments, the COVID pause, as you mentioned, has ended, and interest has begun to accrue, and people are going to be expected to make payments October 1st. This is entirely unnecessary. The sky hasn't fallen over the last few years with student loan payments paused. It's proof that the government doesn't actually need the payments of student debtors to function, which should make us ask why these payments are being turned on at all.
True.
And the Debt Collective's position has always been that the President of the United States has the authority through the Higher Education Act of 1965 to cancel all student debt. This is the legal authority that President Biden has said he will now try to use in the wake of the Supreme Court decision that shot down his initial debt relief plan. We're trying to push him to actually do that and use his full powers because none of this is necessary. This debt can be erased. Again, the government doesn't need student debtors to pay their bills to keep operating. And, you know, an incredible amount of suffering is about to commence. I mean, one thing we're hearing from people who are filling out our new student debt release tool is that they're going to have to make impossible decisions between paying their student loans and paying their rent or paying their medical or dental bills. We are hearing from people who are considering suicide. And so it's absolutely urgent that the president fulfill his promise and address this crisis and cancel student debt. And I encourage everyone who's listening who has federal student loans to take 10 or 20 minutes and use our student debt release tool and become part of this movement to push for debt abolition.
And again, explain why you don't use the term debt forgiveness, but debt cancellation or relief.
Debtors have done nothing wrong. You know, we believe that education is a right. People go to college because they're curious, because they want to have a career that requires certain professional training. This isn't a crime. This isn't something that you should need forgiveness for if you can't pay your student loans. You know, it's absolutely ridiculous that a 4-year college experience can cost, you know, upwards of $200,000 in this country. So our position is that debtors shouldn't be blamed, therefore they shouldn't ask for forgiveness, and instead the Debt Collective uses the language of debt cancellation, debt relief, and debt abolition, because we think that the people who actually are morally culpable are the folks who built this outrageous debt for education system that weighs heaviest on the people who have the least.
Explain what SAVE is, Astra.
SAVE is a new name for another iteration of an income-driven repayment plan. You know, people who have had student loans
This is not new.
will be familiar
Yeah.
with IDR programs in various forms, and it's just yet another tweak from the Department of Education where they're attempting to fix a broken system without really fixing it. And the fix is obvious. We need robust public investment in education to make education a democratic right. This isn't a fanciful idea. You know, a few generations ago, public university was free or close to it for people who attended. And so the SAVE program, might work. It might be a beneficial program for some people to enroll in. It is increasing monthly payments for other people, but that's beside the point. The point is we've seen these fixes before, and they're not real fixes. They're just Band-Aids on a system that needs to be completely overhauled. So the Debt Collective is critical of this program. It certainly is no substitute for debt cancellation, and it again is no fix. What we need is public investment so that people can afford to actually learn, and so that we can have an educated citizenry without demanding that not just young people, but all people who have to go back to school mortgage their futures. It's, the real fix is obvious, and actually the Debt Collective is committed for fighting for that.
And your thoughts on Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison going after 52 companies suspected of falsely promising them loan forgiveness could get help?
Well, this is a problem. These scammers wouldn't be able to scam people if the system wasn't so confusing. I mean, the SAVE program is a great example of that. The student lending system is incredibly Byzantine. It's overwhelming. I mean, I know people who are student loan experts, who are student loan lawyers, and have still had problems as they've enrolled in these various programs trying to get public service loan forgiveness or enroll in versions of income-driven repayment. So this is the broken system is what's creating opportunities for these scam artists. So here, if you want to get rid of the scammers, cancel student loans and do it automatically and immediately without demanding onerous paperwork. The Department of Education can cancel student loans overnight without making people apply. And so it is these confusing processes that is creating opportunities for scammers to take advantage of people who are financially struggling.
Astra, let's talk about your new book, The Age of Insecurity, Coming Together as Things Fall Apart. You write about student debt, the climate crisis, even 9/11, the anniversary this week. You write, how we understand and respond to insecurity is one of the most urgent questions of our moment, for nothing less than the future security of our species hangs in the balance. Talk about how you put this all together and people's feelings of insecurity, even as the Biden administration touts a strong economy, and what you think needs to happen, what the Debt Collective is recommending.
Yeah, this is kind of a kaleidoscopic book that mixes politics and economics and history and a bit of memoir that's hopefully kind of humorous, to look at the way insecurity is really essential to our economy. One of your previous guests, Jyoti Ghosh, who's brilliant, did a great job of laying out the way inequality is spiraling today. And a lot of my work has focused on the problem of inequality and the obscene concentration of wealth and poverty. But insecurity is how living in a radically unequal world is actually felt day after day. And, if organizing with the Debt Collective has taught me anything, it's that economic issues are always also emotional ones. The spike of shame when the bill collector calls, or our foreboding about saving for retirement, and of course also our anxieties about our collapsing planet and climate change. So I think insecurity is pervasive, but what I'm trying to show in the book is it's actually built into our economy. It's not just something that we feel spontaneously. We're all insecure by design, or something I call manufactured insecurity. We see this with advertising. No advertisement will ever tell you that you're great and the world needs changing.
Housing.
And we see this in, official monetary policy that tries to ramp up worker insecurity, job insecurity, so that workers will, be more docile and won't go on strike. And I think that looking at insecurity, recognizing just how widespread it is, can help us actually have empathy for each other and build powerful coalitions. I hope we can turn that insecurity into solidarity so that we can fight for the just and sustainable and collective forms of security that we really need.
And what would that solidarity look like? How do you think it could most effectively be expressed? And what about in this very polarized country, Republicans saying, yes, we're talking about a time of insecurity. They may not so much be focusing on inequality, to undermine and to go after, position themselves better for the next election.
I think that's absolutely right. I mean, the right wing is talking about insecurity. It's stoking it. It's speaking to people's fears and anxieties and trying to inflame them and misdirect them and say, okay, well, the problem is immigrants or trans kids or socialists or woke professors or whatever it is. So I think we on the left and, especially those of us who are organizing also need to speak to people's insecurities and recognize that it's really widespread. Even people who appear to be kind of getting ahead, are always worried that the floor is going to fall out from under them. I mean, all it takes in this country is one medical emergency to devastate, a seemingly middle-class family. Even white-collar professionals can be laid off at a moment's notice and don't have a robust safety net to catch them. We're all worried about natural disasters and pandemics. So I think we can't cede that territory to the right wing, and it's our job to speak to the real fears people have and say, hey, these anxieties are things you actually have in common with each other. Let's fight for a world in which we're all taken care of. That's really what organizing is about. It's the alchemy of turning our vulnerabilities, turning our oppression, turning our insecurities into solidarity so that we can change the structures that are undermining our self-esteem and our well-being.
Very quickly, tell about what happened to your sister working in a coffee shop. You're concerned about surveillance. We only have 30 seconds.
Yeah, my sister was working at a hip Brooklyn cafe that seemed kind of retro and low tech. And it turned out that actually this charming cafe was a panopticon with at least 8 security cameras where the boss could tune in from any angle at any minute, and tell the employees, hey, stop being so talkative, get to work. And those cameras weren't there to make the workers feel safe. They were there to make them feel like they could be fired at any minute. And that's a condition too many workers are experiencing. And it's emblematic of the ways that, capitalism is an insecurity machine. It depends on all of us being insecure to amass power and profits. And we need something different.
In the entertainment production system, the shows are made by many separate yet equally important groups: the writers, actors, directors, and crew. There's a looming threat that could change all of their jobs. This is their story.
Working Law and Order, you can have, depending on the scene, you can have over 100 background working like a street scene.
Here's the exquisite lunchroom. It's a huge economy. Everybody has to eat. You're there 12 to 14 hours a day. You have camera department, wardrobe department, props department, locations department, set design department. You have guys who hold parking places in New York, and they sleep in their cars at night with a cone on top of their cars, trying to get the block reserved for parking.
A lot of people who got their start in this city got their start on things like Law and Order, where every week there needs to be a new cast of characters. The new perpetrator, the new assailant, the new red herring. Oh no, were they the one that did it? No, they didn't.
You have producers on our set watching the shoot while signing checks. It's a massive amount of money into the city of New York, and these are, for the most part, well-paid jobs. They're hard jobs. That could all go away very easily. I'm Warren Light. Been writing for my entire life, I think, which has been rather long at this point. I was showrunner of Law & Order SVU 2 times for a total of 8 years, 160 episodes, something like that.
Artificial intelligence is only as good as the data it's trained on, and with Law & Order, there's a lot of data. Since 1990, the Law & Order franchise has produced well over 1,000 hours of television, making it the longest-running live-action franchise on primetime in
Looking up Astra Taylor, she's awesome. Yeah, she sounds hella based.
U.S. history.
I started the show in 1846. I remember it like it was yesterday.
I have to imagine somebody is thinking, there's 500 episodes of SVU. How hard would it be these days with computing power where it is to feed those scripts in and understand at the end of the first act we need a turnaround?
Detectives, he's alive. He's out there.
How hard would it be to get what would be a mediocre script and then to give it to one Give it to the showrunner.
In the last few years, programs like ChatGPT have made it possible to generate entire scripts in a matter of seconds. Like this Law & Order script about a spate of robberies involving a mysterious robot. It may not be the most compelling episode of television, but it could save executives quite a bit of money.
I can imagine a scenario where you go from 11 writers on staff who are there from 6 weeks before shooting begins to all the way to the last day of shooting. 11 writers, 42 weeks, 462 weeks, right? Wouldn't that be simpler to have one guy in a room just rewriting AI scripts? And now you have 42 weeks of salary. And what you would lose is any human voice. The last writing room I assembled, I brought in 6 people who'd never written for television before, which angered some of the people out west. They said, you know, you're not running a teaching hospital. And the age range was 70 to 24. What happens over time with the room is that enough trust builds up and people disclose what happened to them. It turns out most of the people in the room have some history, either, if not of their own abuse, of other abuse. People come from traumatic family situations. And so when you start to write about a kid in a home where there's a lot of abuse, and when people have experienced that growing up, they bring that into the room, they bring that into their scripts. The understanding of what it is to worry about your next meal or next month's rent. And I can't imagine not having human experience inform the scripts, inform the characters that we create. It worries me.
Of all the workers who make the show run, there's one who may be most at risk of disappearing.
Let's say it's a restaurant scene.
Detective Stabler.
And you got the 2 principals sitting at a table having a conversation. And there's nobody sitting at the tables around them. There's no wait staff coming, taking a plate off the table. What do you have? You just have 2 people talking. My name's Joe Bizet. I've been doing background about 12 years now. Mostly I play uniformed police officer or a detective. Sometimes I'll just be a pedestrian walking down the street.
Background actors make up the largest group in the Actors Union, and they're currently on the front lines of the fight over AI in Hollywood.
I got the waiver as part of the paperwork on a production I did from Central Casting. And
I got it here.
I irrevocably grant to the production company all rights of every kind and nature to the results and proceeds of all my services for the work they represented in the voucher, including without limitation all of my likenesses, poses, acts, plays, sounds, and appearances made by me to be used or not used in any manner that the production company chooses throughout the universe in perpetuity in all media, whether now known or thereafter devised. What that says is I can show up one day on set, they can scan me, and then use everything from that day forever on any project they want to use it on, without compensating me any other money.
A practice called body scanning is becoming increasingly common in the industry. Background actors are invited in for a day of scanning with dozens of cameras and little information about how their image might one day be used.
I think it sucks. They can't just pay me one day pay and say, okay, we're going to use you forever.
Studios already use VFX to turn background actors into digital crowds. AI could simply accelerate that trend.
Instead of bringing back the same 25 union background actors, maybe they only need 10, and they use the AI for the rest of it in the deep background.
If you just keep exploiting the workers as if we're some ever-renewable resource, that's when industries crumble. My name is Allison Psycho. I have played Kathleen Stabler on Law & Order SVU and now Law & Order Organized Crime.
Dad! You have to do something!
What time is it?
My first episode, I was in the kitchen. Detective Stabler comes in and is like, Kathleen, get off the phone. And I say, but Dad! And all that angsty teenager stuff started right at the jump. Being given the opportunity to play a character for over 20 years is something I never thought I'd have the opportunity to do. It's not something many actors get the chance to do.
One day, the show might decide to bring Allison back as a teenager for a flashback, and they could use AI to do it. AI has also been used to bring deceased actors back to life, to dub movies in foreign languages, and one day it might even be used to replace actors in speaking roles entirely. Jobs would be lost, but something else might be lost too.
In season 10, we discovered that Kathleen was suffering from bipolar disorder. I went on a research spree. I really wanted to put in the work and the effort to make sure that it was done correctly.
Do you think I'm crazy? Do you feel crazy? I don't know. It's like the world is full of these tingling force fields and everything I touch makes me shimmer.
If, say, an AI program was given a character and then added on top of it was like, oh, this character will also have bipolar disorder, they might have a confirmation bias of perpetuating stereotypes and harmful views that might be the common view, but might not be the right view.
The stuff that makes us who we are, the losses, the failures, the wins, the heartbreaks, I don't know how to synthesize that.
For now, neither do the studios. They still depend on the talent of writers and actors who can see the AI-generated writing on the wall.
What it caused was a rebellion. The lack of guardrails and the lack of acknowledgement that guardrails are needed had the unintended effect of galvanizing the strike.
Even if the studios do eventually come to the table to agree on certain guardrails, the devil will be in the details.
If my script plays on the USA network at 2 in the morning, I get a residual. I get a smaller residual on Peacock, but I get a residual. What happens if you take 1/100th of my script, 1/100th of Julie Martin's script, 1/100th of Dennis Hamill's script, and this thing comes out? Do I get 1/100th of a residual? If there's a remote piece of daylight to take advantage of something that wasn't specifically excluded, they will run 100 miles with it.
I can see them doing anything right now that they want with it. There's nothing to stop them.
It's not just the writers and actors. We are fighting so that this entire industry continues and we're all adequately compensated and protected.
The fight over AI is part of a broader fight in the industry. Technological disruptions like streaming services have resulted in jobs that are lower paid and more precarious, while executives continue to rake in millions. But recent polling suggests that Americans overwhelmingly stand with the workers and support their key demands, including demands to regulate AI.
If you don't make the stand now, it's over. As a writer, I would like to see the notion that you cannot have AI generate a script. That's an absolutist position. I wonder if we can get to that.
It would only be okay if my actual consent was an integral part of them using it at all, and I was appropriately compensated because it's still my likeness, my image.
You want to use my actions and my performance, you got to pay me. I'm not doing this for free.
As much as AI could be a tool, currently I see it as plagiarism software. It's just taking what's already existed and amplifying it. A lot of times the job of the actor is taking what's already existed and digging deeper to find the nuance and to make choices to show people who are watching, hey, I'm gonna hold up a mirror to life.
The biggest thing I learned doing the show, real life SVU detectives came in to talk to the room. I said, what do you think of the show? And they're blowing smoke. Oh, it's great, we all love it. I said, well, what do we get wrong? And the guy goes, this is my first week. He says, well, I love the show, but since you mentioned it, you know how every one of your episodes begins with a dead body, and then we solve the murder of the woman who was raped and murdered? I go, yeah, that's how they start. He goes, technically that would go to homicide. We don't cover those cases. He said, SVU, the problem for us is the victim is alive, her body is a crime scene. What happens to her after she's been victimized is a re-victimization. A lot of times the cop who does the first intake is completely insensitive. I see why you don't do those episodes, because it's really unpleasant for the woman, and it's a horrible thing to put people through, and then most of the time they don't get justice. And I thought, well, that's our show. And that was the big change for me, to tell those stories. My dad was a jazz trumpet player for his entire career. When you pick up a trumpet, it's your whole life playing through your horn. It's under your fingers, but it's your soul coming through. When we're doing our job right on a TV show, even a police procedural, it's people's life stories coming through. Human experience is a different thing than ones and zeros.
Yeah, it was like the viral tweet when all this started happening. AI does not have childhood trauma. It doesn't. You know? That's like what we need for good art. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much for watching our video. If you'd like to see more stories like this one, be sure to like and subscribe to the channel to get more Perfect Union in your feed. And if you have any ideas for stories that you would like for us to investigate, just drop them in the comments below.
Ooh, crisis averted, people. See, until recently, the classrooms and libraries of America's public schools were full to the brim with suggestive books written by special interest groups trying to brainwash our kids.
The filth that you've let in our library! Protect our children or get out of the way!
Using our schools for indoctrination rather than education.
And it does not belong in our schools! Thankfully, we got rid of all of those, and America's school children can go back to reading the classics. Like Petro Pete's Big Bad Dream, an actual book you can find in public schools. Let's give it a look-see. One night, Pete goes to sleep and has a horrible dream about all the fossil fuels suddenly disappearing. His comb, his toothbrush, his bike tires, gone? Oh no! But don't worry, it's got a happy ending. We get 20 pages explaining why fossil fuels are the only choice for America and why thinking we should give them up is a sin. That's the kind of books our kids should be reading. Wholesome, agendaless stories that... Wait a minute. Oil propaganda in school? Oh my God! You're trying to tell me that this series of children's books in publicly funded schools was created by the fossil fuel industry to try to groom kids into not questioning America's use of fossil fuels? Interesting stuff. And as much as I wish this phenomenon was contained to the Petro Pete extended universe, the oil and gas industry has spent millions of dollars trying to influence American school children. And this is not a fucking guess. There is a massive paper trail of oil-funded lesson plans and workbooks. They produce propaganda videos and pro-fossil fuel cartoons. They take advantage of underfunded schools and under-resourced teachers by donating misleading materials to classrooms, and a whole gaggle of shady tactics to push their agenda on kids. It does not belong in our school! And of course, these efforts to influence what children hear in public schools seem to be working. A study from 2016 found that only 38% of students are taught that climate change is linked to fossil fuels. And while there are a lot of factors at play, the efforts of the fossil fuel industry are clearly one of them.
Oil, which has brought a better life to all the people in the USA.
Hi, I'm Raleigh Williams, a guy with a climate science and policy degree who once played an entire season of middle school basketball as a starting point guard and never scored a single point. True story. And this is a video about the oil industry influencing America's school children. Welcome to Climate Town. Close? That go?
You made it.
Really? Okay, so the fossil fuel industry has been trying to weasel its way into America's public schools for decades. In their defense, they're on the supply side of oil spills, gas leaks, union busting, you know, your classic PR problems. So they'll do anything to rehabilitate their public image. One of their oldest and best strategies is to get pro-oil and gas messages in front of children before their brains develop enough for them to start asking uncomfortable questions.
They call them automobiles.
This is a cartoon from 1956 created by the American Petroleum Institute called Destination Earth. A Martian explorer who can travel through space becomes very impressed with America's ability to drive cars.
The source of their nourishment was something called petroleum.
Another cartoon from 1973, produced by Amoco Oil, tries to convince kids that any kind of government regulation is bad.
When the Mohicans started producing again, the environmentalists were up in arms again.
We got to talk about those taxes you're charging. But don't forget, I've got to pay our stockholders a fair return.
I've got to pay our stockholders a fair return.
In 1985, Exxon partnered with Disney on a Mickey and Goofy cartoon praising the wonders of oil. But not foreign oil. I'm talking about that good old American stuff. You know, it kind of reminds me of when cigarette companies used to make fun cartoons until... What is it that made them stop? But in the late 1980s, when the public first started hearing sweet nothings about this climate change thing, the fossil fuel industry got down to brass tacks. Now remember...
Make cigarette commercials fun again!
Remember, companies like Exxon had already been studying climate change for years and even employed some of the most advanced climate scientists in the world. In 1977, a now infamous meeting took place between the top Exxon leadership and climate scientist Dr. James Black, where he tried to convey the severity of the problem climate change represented. Unfortunately, some budget cuts and layoffs in the early 1980s pivoted the company towards a more denial-oriented strategy. In an effort to, and I quote, reposition global warming as a theory, industry groups were prepared to fight tooth and nail against climate change. Well, not against climate change as much as against people learning about climate change. It actually got kind of confusing reading some of these oil and gas memos because they kept saying things like they were hoping climate change becomes a non-issue. And I was like, oh, awesome, same. Until I realized we were not same. And of course, one of the industry's ideas for making climate change a non-issue was a direct outreach campaign about the uncertainties of climate science aimed directly at members of Congress, state officials, industry leadership, and you guessed it, school teachers and students. Come on down! And remember, this is an uncertainty that they themselves did not believe. This is just them trying to feed the concept of doubt to the public and seed an anti-climate change bias in America's school kids. Now, the system of education in the US is mostly dictated on a state-by-state basis. So the oil industry funded local groups to promote climate disinformation. If you're in Arkansas, you might get a visit from the director of Arkansas Energy Rocks, an oil industry group that also offers fossil fuel-themed video games. Come on, you remember staying up all night with your friends, drinking Mountain Dew Code Red and playing oil and natural gas in your life, at the pump. Oh, those were the days. Or maybe you're in Ohio, where you're working on your crude oil word search from the Ohio Natural Energy Institute. Or maybe you're in Cambridge, Massachusetts, where a father found a booklet called Natural Gas, Your Invisible Friend in his 9-year-old son's backpack, paid for by their local utility, Eversource.
God.
But nobody does it quite like Oklahoma and their government organization, the Oklahoma Energy Resources Board. Now, despite being technically part of the state government, it is fully funded by voluntary contributions from fossil fuel companies, and since their founding in the 90s, the OERB has basically only cared about two things. Number one, delivering fossil fuel-friendly educational materials to children, and number two, stopping those children from f***ing around near oil wells. Luckily, number two is pretty easy.
Play it smart, on and off the field.
That means no stupid mistakes, no smoking, no drinking, or doing drugs.
And no hanging out around oil wells. Jerry, Emmett, Dennis, Bill, Coach Switzer, we've all been around oil wells.
This is a pump jack. Kind of looks like a big horse. I guess that's why some kids are trying to ride them. But if you got caught under one, you wouldn't have to worry about being paralyzed, because you'd be dead.
Done and dusted. And my God, that whole video is worth a watch. It starts out with 2 full minutes of unrelated football highlights, followed by the kind of manic editing that's usually reserved for like an early 2000s music video. And now that kids are staying away from oil well sites, it's time to convince them to use oil and gas forever. And when it comes to infiltrating schools with pro-industry propaganda for children, let's see what $50 million buys you. First and foremost, yeah, that's gonna buy you a nice sweaty curriculum. Oklahoma public schools are so underfunded that some districts have gone down to a 4-day school week because they couldn't afford to spring for the full 5. Luckily, the OERB has the cash to step in and provide a curriculum called Little Bits for your K through 2nd graders. You know, your 5 to 8-year-olds. It's crammed full of important messages, like the important forms of energy are oil, natural gas, and coal. And US companies are spending more dollars protecting the environment than drilling new wells. And of course, it teaches the students jump rope rhymes until they can repeat them from memory. My favorite rhyme is, we need oil, we need gas, where are the oil products in our class? And then I guess they'd like, point to stuff made of plastic and say it? Fun. And let's not forget the crown jewel, Petro Pete, AKA a sort of Wish.com Bob the Builder. They created Petro Pete to, among other things, normalize all the batshit insane things the oil and gas industry does. Like in the story Boomerboro, Home Clean Home. A community of animals is understandably panicked when people with bulldozers start destroying their home. But Petro Pete's dog convinces them that the humans will fix everything before they leave. One of the animals very reasonably points out that they sure haven't done that in the past, and the dog says, the humans learned their lesson and now they don't leave behind a mess when they drill for oil. They clean up after themselves. And then the other animals just agree that the oil industry is great. And that's the takeaway, kids ages 5 through 8. Oil companies would never hurt nature.
Never.
And when you graduate past the Little Bits curriculum, the OERB has a fantastic core energy program for high school students, where you get to apply what you learned with fun assignments like make a commercial that explains why petroleum is still the best source of energy today and gives us the best chance at gaining energy independence. Which is a really great assignment because we all know how powerful a good commercial can be.
Yes, oil wells. Jerry, Emmett, Dennis,
Raleigh,
Bill, Coach Switzer.
Play it smart.
Play it smart.
Do something safe, like tackle football.
Smoking, drinking, doing drugs.
Kinda looks like a big horse.
You don't go near my oil wells.
'Cause you'd be dead.
And look, I'm a guy who makes comedy videos about climate change. Naturally, a lot of people ask me, why do you do that? And does anybody want that? But it's all worth it to have found this piece of propaganda. I now present Lab Time with Leo.
Okay, kids. Follow me! Oh, oil and gas, you're all I want this Christmas.
High tech.
High awesomeness.
Get your frack on! It is wild how high of a budget that show must have. It's got sets, location changes, an actual actor. That's not cheap. Obviously, the OERB saw how much kids loved Bill Nye the Science Guy.
It's our plastic Earth surface wave model of science.
And they wanted to have their own version that would be willing to say a bunch of deeply misleading shit about the oil and gas industry.
America's natural gas and oil pipelines is the safest, most efficient way to move natural resources.
It turns out a few $1 million worth of oil money can do exactly that. And Lab Time with Leo is exactly what you would expect. Leo covers a surprising number of extremely oil-specific topics, from fracking to seismic exploration to fractional distillation. But some lessons just get straight to the point.
Americans currently use millions of vehicles and machines that require petroleum products to operate.
Most of them are nowhere near the ends of their normal lives, so replacing them would be expensive.
For the time being, oil and natural gas remain the most feasible and cost-effective source of energy.
And this kind of propaganda is all over the place.
What? And then fix it. Then fucking fix it.
OERB materials are present in an estimated 98% of Oklahoma school districts, and they claim to have reached more than 3 million students. They've even pitched their strategies to other states like Montana, Arkansas, North Dakota, Wyoming, and Texas. Fucking awesome. And just to say it, we know a lot of this information because of the intrepid reporting of Gia Jenny Zhao and Joe Wirtz and their investigation into fossil fuel miseducation. We put links to their stories in the bio, so if you want a ton more information on this, I encourage you to check those out. And look, trying to get in front of kids is not unique to the oil and gas industry. Marketing to children is all over the corporate world. And it makes sense. If Mr. Peanut is teaching you about digestion, maybe you're gonna be more likely to ask your parents for peanuts as a snack. And I'm sure Dr. Pepper is expecting someone from this 1970s home economics class to purchase Dr. Pepper as an ingredient in whatever the fuck a teenage party is. Steve Jobs himself lobbied for a tax credit to cover the costs of donating Apple computers to schools, which led to schools buying more Apple computers to fill out computer labs, which probably contributed to a generation of loyal Apple consumers and thousands of drawers full of white cables that don't go to anything.
Wicked.
And even though schools are governed on a state-by-state basis, the fossil fuel industry has found a slick little way of hitting multiple states at once by changing the way climate change is written about in the physical textbooks. Like in Texas, where an oil industry group called the Texas Energy Council sends representatives and trained volunteers to school board meetings to torpedo climate science education in the state science standards. These state standards determine the type of textbooks Texas requests from the textbook companies. And since Texas just happens to be one of the biggest markets in the country, major US textbook companies are heavily incentivized to write their content to appeal to Texas schools. These books also get purchased by smaller states across the country. And pretty soon, dozens of states have the same diminished climate science education because of the Texas state standards. And if you're a board member at these meetings and you're trying to keep Texas students informed of the overwhelming consensus of climate scientists, you might find that that's pretty f***ing annoying.
So we've already voted to take out greenhouse gases, as we already talked about earlier in the week. Now we want to talk about taking out ways to mitigate greenhouse gases. So let's call it what it is. It's not about what our science teachers are suggesting or what the science industry is suggesting. At this point, we're only making votes based on what oil and gas wants us to do.
Our permanent school fund is generally funded by oil and gas. And all of us are probably going to get home using oil and gas.
But no episode about intentionally misleading kids would be complete without the Heartland Institute, aka the Michael Jordan of batshit insane science denial. You may remember them from their work vehemently denying the link between cigarettes and cancer for big tobacco. But they've also built a diversified portfolio that includes climate denial. In 2012, the budget for the Heartland Institute was leaked, which includes a sizable line item for a new education project they were working on, and a few years later, they unleashed Why Scientists Disagree About Global Warming. It's basically greatest hits of old school climate denial talking points.
It's been 1 week since you looked at me.
We actually did a whole deep dive episode on why the sun cycle argument is such bullshit on our podcast, which you can listen to after you finish watching this video if you fucking feel like it. Now, smarter people than me have taken a bat to all the arguments in this book, but I do want to give you one example just so you know the kind of caliber that we're dealing with here. This is the NASA global temperature curve for this nice little Earth of ours going back to the start of modern temperature records. You probably don't need me to tell you this, but the temperature line is going up. But like any good set of data, it's vulnerable, it's weak. Why accept the obvious conclusions when you can make it do whatever you want with a little bit of bullshit? If we take this graph and then select this specific high point and then chop out everything around it, and hey, that's not as much warming as everyone is complaining about. And if even that's too much, well then you can just hunt around for a different data set that maximizes that high point, and whammo, you got yourself a flat line, baby. Now this book was published in 2016, so if you backtrack, I don't know, precisely 18 years to include the very hot El Nino year of 1998, then you can make a claim like this. And if you're really lucky, you might even be able to find someone who's not that concerned about the truth, who's willing to present your findings in front of Congress. But who am I kidding? Where are you gonna find someone with so little self-respect?
There has been no significant global warming for the past 18 years.
Yeah, it really is that fucking simple. And that's just one of many, many repeatedly disproven arguments in this quite boring book. But what it lacks in excitement or accuracy, it makes up for in volume. Heartland claims to have sent 350,000 copies of Why Scientists Disagree About Global Warming to science teachers around the country. According to them, every single science teacher in America received a copy of this book. And that really seemed like a big story. It was reported on extensively in the news at the time, and it was also one of the reasons we wanted to cover this topic in the first place. We thought that this book that we got on eBay for $3 meaningfully promoted climate denial in American public schools? Oh no! But as we researched more, a different version of the story began to appear. You see, while groups like the Heartland Institute were once the darlings of big oil and big tobacco, which led to significant support for years, in the more recent era, their brand of blunt force climate denial seems to have gotten too extreme even for big oil. So when I said the Michael Jordan of batshit science denial, I was including the years he played for the Washington Wizards as a 40-year-old man. Oil companies obviously appreciate what the Heartland Institute is doing, but it's no longer socially tenable for big companies to be associated with such obvious bullshit. As for the teachers who actually received the books, well, there's no formal study, but it kind of seems like they saw through the bullshit too, with very little evidence of them actually using these in any classroom. So if you're drinking something right now and you don't care about your floor, go ahead and pour a little out for the Heartland Institute. We hardly knew ye. The influence of special interest groups on American public schools is gonna take years to undo, and some states are gonna do it faster than others. In 2020, working with the Texas Freedom Network Education Fund, the Natural Center for Science Education, whose Deputy Director Glenn Branch helped us out with this episode, assigned grades to each state's science standards based on the quality of their treatment of climate change. And 27 states received a B+ or better, including states with significant fossil fuel industries, which is, you know, really nice to hear. Of course, there are a bunch of states with a D or worse, including Pennsylvania, Florida, Ohio, and Texas. But there's actually reason to be hopeful. Since those grades were published, Indiana adopted new state science standards, including more climate change content, which moved them from a D to among the top 10 states in the country. Pennsylvania stopped being such an F by simply replacing state standards that hadn't been updated in 2 decades. And I can't believe I need to say this, but science education should come from scientists and educators, and not the oil and gas. Remember, those guys love money. They talk about it all the time.
Billions of dollars investing our dollars. $18.7 billion for every dollar that we spend. $1 billion in free cash flow. I got to generate a profit here.
I've got to pay our stockholders a fair return.
So if they're spending millions of dollars trying to get pro-fossil fuel information in front of children, it's probably because they think it's a good investment in delaying the transition away from oil and gas. Because if they didn't think it was going to help them make more money, why would they possibly want to make this?
Oil and natural gas can be used to make thousands of things we use in our homes, schools, and businesses daily, but only once refined.
You're killing me. Seriously, you are killing me. Which brings us to the what we're gonna do about it section, where we are right now. Pretty good, huh? Well, we can start off by giving science teachers the tools they need to actually teach. The National Center for Science Education and Penn State published a survey of middle and high school teachers and discovered that less than half of them had taken so much as a single lecture about climate change. How can we expect our science educators to teach a subject that they themselves never had the opportunity to learn? Luckily, a handful of states, including Washington, California, Maine, and New Jersey, have recently passed legislation allocating funding specifically to help their public school teachers get up to speed on climate change. States can also help out teachers without having to go through the legislature by improving climate change education requirements in the state science standards. This can be as easy as adopting the Next Generation Science Standards, a series of science education improvements developed by 26 states, a handful of science education groups, and at least one elite-level web developer with the kind of black hat hacking chops you need to make a drop-down menu for a drop-down menu. And if you personally want to get out of my dreams and into the car of doing something right now, our friends at Climate Change Makers have put together a playbook to help you.
God, I'm sorry. I've been quiet. painting is like, it's so emotionally taxing, like mentally taxing. I don't know what it is. It takes all of the juice out of me. But I really want to finish this, and I'm like pretty close, so bear with me.
You contact your state and local school board representatives and politely request fair treatment for climate change in your local school's curriculum. Because, to quote a modern-day Abraham Lincoln, oil and gas propaganda absolutely does not belong in our schools! And just to remind you that change really can happen, remember that utility company from Massachusetts? Come on, you remember the one that made all those booklets that were titled Natural Gas, Your Invisible Friend? Well, they've recently seen some of the light and they've dropped out of the gas lobby to focus more on their path to decarbonization. They're still a massive gas utility, but it seems like public pressure can actually lead to some improvements. And in a world where public pressure is mostly being used to ban books and fire teachers, it would be really nice to see it used for something that actually improves the lives of children.
Yeah, it might be different for different people, but for me, it definitely like it takes all of my focus, and I just find that really draining, personally. It's like anything that requires a lot of hand-eye coordination, like if you're driving for a long time or gaming for a long time.
That's the end of the episode. You've made it to the end. Congratulations. As a reward for sticking with it, go ahead and drop a comment that uses the phrase Easter egg in any way, and I will personally respond to it. That's an official Climate Town promise. Okay, thanks so much for watching. Go ahead and like and subscribe. And if you really liked this episode, you can subscribe to our Patreon page, where for like $5 a month, you get access to discount codes to our live shows, deleted scenes, all kinds of extra stuff. And if you wish this video was even longer, you're out of luck. But we do have a newsletter that is packed to the gills with extra stories and research and insane videos we found online but couldn't cram into this episode. It's a lot of fun. You can find the link to that in the description, right next to the link to our podcast. That's right, I'm talking about the Climate Deniers Playbook. It's me and Daily Show writer / my friend Nicole Conlon. We look at classic climate myths, we talk about their origin, who promotes them, and exactly why they're wrong. If you like Climate Town, I'm just gonna guess you're probably gonna also like the Climate Deniers Playbook. And a big thanks to Glenn Branch, Katie Worth, Amy Westervelt, and all of the journalists and researchers whose work we used and cited in order to make this episode. Okay, that's it for real. These endings are getting way too long. I'll see you next time.
I've got to pay our stockholders a fair return.
I have not tried marijuana. I have never used it at any time.
That's all.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Thousands of people are feared dead in Libya after a powerful Mediterranean cyclone brought devastating flooding to the eastern port city of Derna. Libya's National Center of Meteorology says the storm dumped more than 16 inches of rain on the city in less than 24 hours, causing 2 dams to burst, washing away entire neighborhoods. On Monday, a spokesperson for the Libyan National Army put the death toll in the thousands.
The latest update regarding the death toll, as the Prime Minister of Libya announced, exceeds 2,000 in Derna city alone. May they rest in peace. There are also in Derna thousands of missing people, some 5,000 to 6,000 missing people, and this number could largely increase.
Libya's Red Crescent said the number of missing people has reached 10,000, with at least 20,000 displaced from their homes. Much of Libya's infrastructure has crumbled since 2011, when the Obama administration and NATO backed an uprising against the longtime leader Muammar Gaddafi, setting off years of war. The catastrophic floods in Libya were triggered by Storm Daniel, a rare hurricane-like cyclone in the Mediterranean known as a metacane. It's the same storm that brought unprecedented flooding to Greece, Turkey, and Bulgaria last week. In Greece, public health officials are warning residents against using stagnant floodwater amidst fears over the spread of disease, while supplies of clean drinking water remain scarce. Nearly a quarter of this year's crop production was lost to flooding in Greece's central agriculture-producing region. In Morocco, hopes of finding survivors of last Friday's devastating earthquake are fading, as the government said the death toll is near 3,000. The United Nations says at least 300,000 people have been affected by the quake, a third of them children. Here in the United States, the number of major climate-related disasters so far this year has already set records. NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, said Monday 23 separate weather and climate disasters have caused at least $1 billion in damages from January to August, surpassing the previous record set in all of 2020. In Geneva,
He said, fuck NATO, yeah.
the United Nations top human rights official said Monday wealthy nations are failing to take steps needed to prevent the worst effects of the climate catastrophe. Volker Turk spoke to the UN Human Rights Council after the G20 wrapped up a weekend summit in India with no commitment to phase out fossil fuels.
Climate change is pushing millions of people into famine. It is destroying hopes, opportunities, homes, and lives. In recent months, urgent warnings have become lethal realities again and again all around the world. We do not need more warnings. The dystopian future is already here. We need urgent action now.
Ukraine's intelligence service says Ukrainian forces have seized control of 4 strategically important oil and gas drilling platforms in the Black Sea near the Russian-annexed Crimean Peninsula. Officials in Kyiv accused Russia of using the platforms as ammunition depots and radar stations and said their seizure brought Ukraine one step closer to President Zelensky's goal of recapturing Crimea. NATO's planning its largest military exercise since the Cold War. The Financial Times reports the war games in Germany and Poland next February and March will involve more than 50 naval vessels, 40,000 military personnel, hundreds of simulated air combat missions. On Monday, Sweden's government announced plans to boost military spending by nearly 30% ahead of its accession to NATO. Meanwhile, the Kremlin has expressed alarm after the Pentagon launched joint military exercises with Armenia's armed forces in the former Soviet Republic, a long-time regional partner of Russia.
I didn't know that. Dude, what is America doing even? I can't even keep track of all the shit we're doing. What the fuck?
North Korean leader Kim Jong-un has arrived in Russia for talks with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Kim made the journey from Pyongyang to the eastern Russian city of Vladivostok aboard an armored train. Putin is reportedly seeking to purchase stockpiles of North Korean artillery shells and rockets for Russia's war effort in Ukraine. In exchange, North Korea could receive food, fuel, and technology from Moscow. In Washington, D.C., the State Department threatened new sanctions against Russia and North Korea, saying any such deal would violate multiple Security Council resolutions. In Niger, leaders of the military junta that seized power in July are accusing France of massing troops and equipment in neighboring ECOWAS nations in preparation for military intervention in Niger.
These underhanded delaying tactics are designed to dull the patriotic ardor of the Niger people in their fight for the total withdrawal of French troops from Niger in order to achieve a more successful military intervention against our country.
Tension has been escalating between Niger and its former colonial ruler France since the military coup. French troops and France's ambassador have ignored demands to leave Niger. The Biden administration's cleared the way to release $6 billion in Iranian oil revenue blocked by U.S. sanctions in exchange for 5 Americans imprisoned in Iran. 5 Iranian nationals currently imprisoned in the United States are also being released as part of the agreement. Iranian officials will be allowed to use the funds to buy food, medicine, and other humanitarian needs. Republicans have fiercely criticized the deal. Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton accused President Biden of, quote, paying ransom to the world's worst state sponsor of terrorism, unquote. In the occupied West Bank, hundreds of Palestinians took to the streets Sunday demanding justice for 16-year-old Milad al-Rai, who was killed by Israeli soldiers during a raid on a refugee camp near the city of Hebron a day earlier. Some 185 Palestinians have been killed in the West Bank so far this year, including dozens of children and teens. Last week, the former head of Israel's spy service, Mossad, said Israel's imposing apartheid on Palestinians. Tamir Pardo told the Associated Press, quote, "In a territory where two people are judged under two legal systems, that's an apartheid state," he said.
Yep.
Here in the United States, the Food and Drug Administration's approved new COVID-19 booster shots for people as young as 6 months old, with vaccination set to begin as soon as this week. The vaccines produced by Pfizer and Moderna have been reformulated against an Omicron coronavirus subvariant that was dominant when the shots were selected by the FDA in June. The vaccines are the first COVID shots not to be purchased by the federal government. Most health insurance plans, including Medicare, will cover the cost of the vaccines. Meanwhile, the CDC will administer a program to cover the cost of vaccinating people without insurance or whose plans won't cover the shots. This month, the World Health Organization warned of a concerning rise in COVID-19 cases ahead of winter in the Northern Hemisphere.
But hospitalizations are increasing in the Americas and Europe.
Yeah, it's about to start ramping up again. Get your vaccines, wear your masks.
In what we call our Southeast Asia region, and that is of worry given that when we get to colder months in some countries, people tend to spend more time indoors, aggregated together, and viruses that transmit through the air, like COVID, will take advantage of that.
In Washington, D.C., at least 7 people were arrested Monday for peacefully occupying the office of House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, demanding Congress reauthorize funding for a global program to prevent and treat HIV and AIDS. The president's emergency plan for AIDS relief, known as PEPFAR, is set to expire on September 30th and has been stalled by Republicans who claim some of the funds have been used for abortion access. Housing Works CEO Charles King was among those arrested. The nonprofit said in a statement, quote, "PEPFAR has saved millions of lives. It's criminal for some members of Congress to treat it as a political football." And in Georgia, Atlanta city officials are facing backlash after they refused to begin counting and verifying over 116,000 signatures submitted by activists Monday in support of a public referendum that could block the construction of Cop City, the massive $90 million police training center that would be the largest in the United States. The effort now appears to be in legal limbo after an appellate court suspended a previous order by another judge that had granted activists more time to turn in the petitions. The original deadline to get the measure on the ballot was August 21st. Atlanta officials said they won't verify signature forms until the appellate court rules on whether the deadline extension was lawful. This is the latest setback for the Stop Cop City movement. It comes after 61 protesters were indicted on racketeering charges. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now! Co-host Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Juan.
Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
At least 2,500 people.
Juan is not there. That is an old clip. I've seen it before. You can't fool me.
People have died in Morocco following a 6.8 magnitude earthquake Friday night. Another 2,500 people were injured. The death toll is expected to keep rising. The epicenter of the 6.8 magnitude earthquake was in the high Atlas Mountains, located about 44 miles.
Juan has been replaced by AI. No.
Miles from Marrakesh. Many villages remain inaccessible. Some areas can only be reached by helicopter. The hardest hit areas are among the poorest in Morocco, where many homes lack electricity or running water. The earthquake also damaged parts of Marrakesh, including its old city, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. These are some of the residents in Marrakesh describing what happened when the quake hit Friday night.
I live on Mela Street in Medina, the old city of Marrakesh. The earthquake struck around 11:30 p.m. At that time, I was out shopping near Jama Al Fina Square. I left my son and daughter at home. I was terrified when I saw the houses shaking violently, almost as if in a nightmare. I rushed back home, gathered our clothes and blankets, and prepared to sleep outside. We have lost 9 people that I know of, including a family member and her newborn on Sabara Street.
I don't know what to say. It was such a surprise. We were sitting here when this catastrophe happened, and the wall collapsed. There was a tailor in this shop, and he was leaving, and the wall collapsed on him. We got him out. We didn't know what fell on him. We didn't know he was there. People came and dug to find him and got him out.
Morocco declared 3 days of mourning for what's become the deadliest earthquake to hit the country in over 6 decades. At the time of the quake, Morocco's King Mohammed VI was in Paris, where he owns a mansion near the Eiffel Tower. He was returned to Morocco, but hasn't spoken publicly yet about the growing humanitarian crisis. The king also hasn't publicly requested international assistance. Morocco's accepted aid offers from Spain, Britain, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates, but it has not responded to an offer from France. We're joined now by 2 guests. Brahim El-Gabli is chair and associate professor of Arabic studies at Williams College, author of Moroccan Other Archives, History and Citizenship After State Violence. He's from Ouarzazate, Morocco, which was hit by the earthquake. And joining us from Marrakesh is Abdallah El-Halawi, the head of the English department at Qadi Ayad University. He's also the director of the Master of Linguistics and Advanced English Studies. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Let's begin in Marrakesh. Let's go to Abdallah El-Halawi. Can you talk about the situation on the ground right now?
Thank you very much. The situation on the ground right now is very scary. People are worried about potential aftershocks. Everybody here is talking about the earthquake and the incident of Friday at 11:11, still hovering. And yeah, it's very scary. The death toll is increasing. The last number I have is 2,500. And people are still complaining about the lack of food supplies, and their houses are all destroyed, especially in the mountainous areas.
Professor, you're joining us from Marrakesh. What happened? Where were you when the earthquake hit? How did it affect the city? And again, there are reports that a lot of the areas in the rural areas are cut off from immediate help.
Yes, I am in Marrakesh. I was in Marrakesh. I was at home, and exactly at 11 p.m. I was sitting in the living room, and my little kid was in front of me, and out of sudden, my little kid was shouting, "Earthquake! Earthquake!" That was my third experience with earthquakes, so it was easy for me to recognize that it was an earthquake. We live in a high building, so we had to run downstairs just to find all people crying and shouting downstairs, not knowing what happened exactly. Some of them were sure that it was an earthquake, others were not. But thanks God, I mean, we didn't experience any deaths in my building and in my neighborhood. My family live in an area which is very close to the epicenter of the earthquake, and some of my family members died there. I'm trying to get in touch with them every day just to learn about their condition, their whereabouts.
I'm sorry, I'm looking for the donation link that Denham's had. I can't find it. Maybe I'm Pepega. I don't know.
And yes, they are cut off. They are complaining because, I mean, they don't have food. Some of them have to sleep in open air, open space, because their houses are destroyed. So the situation is still scary and very problematic.
Wait, I think Mari had it, right? Maybe I can rip it from Mari.
Problematic.
And how are the local authorities and the government responding to the crisis?
I receive very contradictory stories depending on the areas. In some areas, it seems that the authorities are responding in positive ways, trying to help the locals with food supplies, with tents, and with sometimes with clothes as well and blankets.
Do you
But
do you remember what the command was? I don't I don't remember.
some people in other areas are complaining about the lack of communication with local authorities. Someone called me yesterday saying that they called the Qaid, the gentleman who is responsible for the area, like the mayor of the area, and the response was that he was on vacation and that he could not help them. So these are some of the rumors, negative rumors that we hear about the local authorities, but we are not sure. That's number one, and the stories are contradictory most of the time.
I want to bring Professor Ibrahim El Gabli into this conversation from Williams College, though your hometown in Morocco, Ouarzazate, is the epicenter of the earthquake. Also, condolences to both of you for what has happened in your country. I mean, the death toll only expected to rise. If you could talk more about what you're hearing from family, friends, community in Morocco, but also, where is the king? This word that we're hearing of growing anger that the king has been absent. Does he even live in Morocco, or does he live in France?
Well, Amy, thank you so much for having me on your show. It's, and these are great questions. Ouarzazate is a little bit removed.
Oh, I found it. Hog. Let's go.
From the epicenter of the earthquake. However, because of the way Moroccan governorates or provinces are divided, they do share borders sometimes. Like the High Atlas is shared between different governorates, and Ouarzazate is one of them. And areas closer to the epicenter are affected, like the rural commune of Talwat, the rural commune of Eghram, and also Tidili. These are areas that are closer to where the epicenter is, and people's houses are damaged, and of course there is loss of life in the Ouarzazate area. However, the city itself and the villages around are kind of like luckier and safer, despite the fact that they experienced the shock and the trauma of such a tremendous magnitude that a lot of them had never
Offline Mari chatters, let's go.
Experienced before. When it comes to government politics and where officials,
I have thought about restreaming her stream before for just like the meta aspect.
Are, and it's a lot, like people have been saying a lot of things. I can't really pin down one. I think the king lives in Morocco, and I think that he went to France like a few days before the earthquake happened. And people, of course, were left with a lot of questions about like the government, the response of the government, its immediacy, whether it responded urgently and all of that. And these are really interesting questions that I don't have answers to. But what I really think is the most important right now is for the aid and help, and for people to really be on the ground to support the families, to think about plans to help people rebuild their homes, kind of like resume like some sort of normal life. And the bigger political questions, of course, will be asked later, because I think they can be a diversion if we ask them in the immediate now, when people are still mourning and people are still trying to just figure out who died, who survived, who is still under the debris, who has a chance of life. And of course, I wrote a book about Moroccan politics and all of that, and I'd be happy to talk about it another time. But for me now, it's really like the focus should be on rescuing people, on getting aid, on making sure that every solvable life is saved and a chance of life is given to the people who are still struggling under the debris. And of course, like as my colleague Abdullah said, like there are so many like versions and stories and people things that people are saying. Like there are areas that are flooded with aid. And last night I was talking to people in the mountains, like really far, and they're saying there are areas that nobody has reached yet. And they think our message should be that we have to reach these people. We have to make sure that if they have even like a fraction of a percentage of possibility of life, that they be given that chance to survive and live and
Oops, I was muted. Yeah, like there's always this fucking like misconception that like, oh, they're flooded with aid, they have plenty of aid, everyone's coming to their aid, but like on the ground in reality, nobody is helping them. Nobody is there. It's so fucked.
And continue to exist.
And Professor Al-Gabli, in addition
Oh
to
shit. Oh shit, he is there. Oh fuck.
To the tragic loss of life, there are reports that many historic sites in your country have also been damaged. Have you been able to verify that, or can give us an idea of what that means?
The High Atlas is a really important historical site in Morocco. It does not just have classified historical sites that the state has declared as national patrimony or as national heritage, but it has a lot of buildings and constructions that have been important for the Moroccan history. Like in Talouat, there is the Kasbah of El Glawi, for example, which is a very important national monument. The Mosque of Tinmel, which was destroyed by the earthquake, was built in the 12th century by that's the cradle of the Al-Muwahhad empire that extended to Al-Andalus and most of North Africa. There are also other smaller houses where people like saints, for example, like the Mullah Ibrahim Saint, for example. That's a very important spiritual location in Morocco. The Mosque of Kharbouch in Jam al-Fna in Marrakesh, for example, the whole minaret was destroyed. And I'm trying to track down some places that have been destroyed, some of which I know the names and importance, others I don't know. So what I've been doing is just aggregate this data and then come up with some writing about it later so that people know about it. And really the damage is also huge for the architecture in the region. Adobe houses that have been they are very eco-friendly types of buildings with thick walls. They are warm in the winter because the winter is very harsh in the Atlas Mountains, and they are cooler in the summer. So now I think with this earthquake, what we will see.
I find left streamers doing meta stuff like that cool. Yeah, no, me too. Like Rhizome does that, where he'll be watching a stream of a stream of a stream, and like, who cares? Like, I heard someone comment on it yesterday, and like, no, like that's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of it. The aid stuff makes sense. Why colonize Morocco, Spain? They should pay up. Honestly, yeah. It's just like convenient to just be quiet now. Like, curious.
Is a total reinvention of architecture in the area. My hope is that that type of architecture can be strengthened and made earthquake resilient rather than scraping it off entirely, because that would be another way like this earthquake is going to change national heritage and national culture in Morocco. In addition, of course, to the fact that the majority of this area is Amazigh. And I hope that an exodus doesn't happen, because then people will move into the cities and they would start losing their mother tongue and just become Arabized, which will be a tragedy for a million language like Tamazight.
And Professor Abdullah El Haloui in Marrakesh, I mean,
such a fucking disaster. So sad. Okay, I'm gonna sound like really dumb right now. Can I ask a question? Are earthquakes like affected by climate change? Because I feel like there's just more of them, and I don't know. Let's see. What does NASA say? Earthquake weather. Okay, it's a myth. Okay, okay. Give me a good answer. I just need a quick, please. Seismic consequences of water. Sounds like a movie. Microseismicity. Interesting, interesting. Small stress changes due to climate-like forcings that can cause microseismicity. A lot of small fractures in the Earth crust are unstable. We also see that tides can cause faint Earth tremors known as microseisms. Microseisms. I'm about to microseism. I'm sorry. Getting up to a earthquake. Tell me! NASA article, too long. TLDR, where is it? Give AI, help. Oh god. This is so dangerous, like relying on AI to synthesize information. Do not do this. Hey, do not try this at home. May not cause earthquakes, but it can trigger them by causing more extreme weather. Extreme weather can put stress on the fault lines, which can cause earthquakes. Okay. So kind of. Kind of. Sea levels, okay. Yes. Okay. Interesting. So it's like related, but like not directly.
The Medina is world-renowned, the UNESCO heritage site. When Democracy Now! Was in Marrakesh for the UN Climate Summit, we're just amazed at the history embodied in these buildings and this area. If you could talk more as we wrap up about what you think what...
Is it for half my software engineering studying, but it's frequently incorrect? Yeah. Yeah. I have noticed that, indeed.
People need there right now.
If you allow me just to go back to one important point about the mountainous area before I answer your question, I would like to say that the disaster that people have been undergoing is not only about the earthquake in itself, but it's also because, I mean, the area is mountainous. And because the big rocks roll down from the top to the mountain, down the valleys. So many of the stories that I heard witness to the fact that their houses were not destroyed by the earthquake per se, but by the rocks rolling down. So what's important to
terrifying
to say about this is that about this disaster is that it's not only about the earthquake. The people living there are suffering from...
So, like, that specifically is related to climate change, and I do know that. Like, erosion is a huge part of climate change. When, like, native plants aren't able to thrive in an area, whether that's due to drought or invasive species or just inhabitable climate, then the soil erodes at a higher rate, and then you get fucking rocks falling on you.
From very cold winters during the winter time, from floods during the summertime, and now we learn that the area is an earthquake area, which means that another type of disaster is added up to the list of disasters they've been undergoing. This is very important to know. Now, going back to your question about Marrakesh itself, I took pictures of some really precious monuments inside Marrakesh, like the Tower of Khargouch, which is one of the oldest prayer towers, mosque towers in Marrakesh that was totally destroyed. I heard some rumors about the Kutubiyya towers that it was damaged, but that's not true. I checked the place, I checked the tower, but it was not damaged. Marrakesh is historically well known for being representative of a very old Amazigh tradition in Morocco, and now the fact that Marrakesh and the areas around it are being affected in this way. There's always this risk of this Amazigh tradition being that may be undermined, and that this potential exodus of people, because that's as far as I can see, it will be a necessary consequence of this disaster. Because of this, there's always this potential risk of losing this heritage, linguistic heritage, and architectural heritage as well.
Well, I want to thank you both for being with us. Abdellah Haloui, the head of the English department at Qadi Ayad University, also the director of the Master of Linguistics and Advanced English Studies, speaking to us from Marrakesh, which is about 40 miles from the epicenter in the Atlas Mountains of this earthquake. And Brahim El Gabli, chair, associate professor of Arabic Studies at Williams College. Thank you so much both for joining us. We will continue to cover what happens in Morocco.
Leach says, I don't disagree with Matt, but where do we draw the line on people needing to take responsibility for their own actions and votes? Of course, people get misled, lied to, etc., but that's no excuse for living ignorantly in their privilege.
No, sorry, I have to cut you off. Again, it's not vote. Just because you voted Democrat every single one of those years, you did not do anything. You did, okay.
Yeah, you did very little to nothing. I care much more about how you voted in local elections. But even then, you're entitled to your opinion. You're entitled to your vote. I can't, shame you into a better opinion. That's not, the way to advocate for leftism.
Sorry. You did just barely more by going with the party that basically has more support to labor and minority groups. But again, it's going to take way more than just voting for Democrats. And again, nowhere. At no point in my politics do I say, oh yeah, the problem here is the people.
Yeah,
because that goes nowhere. What that does for you is you can feel superior about people and say actually, I just have no patience for this. At no point is my answer to that.
Yeah,
Oh shit.
I think the other thing we haven't talked.
Wait, sorry. Wait, how did I do that? I hit enter and it skipped it. That was so weird.
Leach says, I don't disagree with Matt, but where do we
do anything? You did.
Majority report aren't far left though, right? None of them are socialists, right? Overton window is wild stuff. No, I think they are. I don't know if I have heard them self-identify particularly, but I've heard them advocate for a lot of leftist stuff. They're on board with labor. They've always been for civil rights. They don't do the partisan thing. They shit on liberals. I don't know. I wouldn't say far left, but I also wouldn't call them libs.
Okay, sorry. You did just barely more by going with the party that basically has more support to labor and minority groups. But again, it's going to take way more than just voting for Democrats. And again, nowhere. At no point in my politics do I say, oh yeah, the problem here is the people.
Yeah.
Because that goes nowhere. What that does for you is you can feel superior about people and say like, actually, like I just have no patience for this. At no point is my answer to that.
Yeah. I mean, I think that there's a limit though. Like when you
I am curious now if they like say anything in their description, like what they call themselves. Daily political talk show. That's it. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm giving them too much credit.
say you can't judge people for being propagandized. Like I judge the people that stormed the Capitol.
Oh yeah, well
I'm sorry.
You need to be yes, I of course like being ideologically like
being a coup person is different than being just like a standard Republican because there's millions of them, guys.
Again, like but like you're only it's only a variation of like if you are a centrist Democrat, if you're a supporter of like all these people complain about Joe Manchin, you're not a whole lot more different to me than somebody who says like, yeah, I vote for Chris Christie. Like I think it's basically you have a different social circle.
Yeah.
Like mainly and so like I just focusing.
Yeah, see, it's points like that make me think that they are in fact leftists. Like they have just as much smoke for libs as they do for Republicans.
On the voting of it is different than saying these people are ideologically committed conservatives, because I do think that people have seen my Twitter feed. I'm not like wearing kid gloves around people that are propaganda.
Totally.
Like, but like and it's for their good and everybody else's that you are direct in like the messaging there. But when people are saying, hey, there's no rent, we can't pay rent here, something's changed. To say
I'm
like,
suffering.
hey,
Yeah.
you voted Reagan, so you don't get to complain, but I voted Bill Clinton, so I do get to complain. I think you're out to fucking lunch. And again, like,
yeah,
I don't see where
missing the point.
I don't even know what good it does besides.
It doesn't. It's just.
Yeah, like one of my friends told me once, like, oh, I got into a fight with my roommate because like she didn't want to vote this year. And my friend told her like, oh, well, like, are you gonna complain when they take more of your rights away? He's like, probably, yeah. And he's like, not in this house. No, you're not. Like, I'm not gonna hear it if you didn't vote. And that's like, it's just not very charitable, right? Like, whether or not someone chooses to vote, they still, like, should be able to voice their opinion to their friends, you know? Like, I don't know. I don't think that makes someone, like, a terrible person. There's been years that I didn't vote. I'll be honest with you. I'm not a perfect person. I don't think that's like a good basis to judge someone, especially like in a two-party system where we don't even have ranked choice. We have the Electoral College. Like, that's like lower on my list of concerns of all things, you know, in the totality of a person.
Just about feeling like, yeah, I'm on the right team. But the difference between the teams is that the team on the left is there to ameliorate the suffering of everybody. Like, that is the desire. The Republican Party wants their group to be elevated, and not even like always their group, the elites within their circle. And then to put their boot on the necks of minorities, of women, of trans people, of gay people. And we have to be the exact inverse of that.
Yeah, and I mean, Democrats are sort of complicit in that, you know.
I just want to know what step 2 is. Step 1.
Using your single vote in a bourgeoisie liberal democracy is the lowest form of participation. Yeah. Yep.
1, hold people accountable for their votes. Do we hold you accountable for your votes? Like, or is it just because you voted for Kristen Sinema that you get to, like, because she was on the right team, you don't have any, like, the accountability is not on the voter. To me, it's like, if you're doing, you have to do more. Be a part of some other movement. Be like
Well, I voted for Manchin, so I am better than you, actually.
That's it has to be more than just what you do on
joke.
election day and what like comments you write in comment sections.
Yeah, and so much of this is determined by social circles and geographic placement and like things that once their people's minds are open and they're met with like real language about how to turn their suffering into larger class consciousness, you have to hope that that is a fluid like concept that people can learn and get better. And then writing just people off based on their votes. To what Matt says, it's wrong.
The problem is that we
Yeah, like writing someone like off entirely because they didn't vote or whatever for any single reason, like just dismissing them as a person is just terrible. Like unless they're like doing fascism, making fascist talking points, like you should give them like the opportunity to grow. You know, with caveats.
aren't all in like unions and political organizations. It's not that like we haven't voted for Democrats enough. And like I don't think there's debate about this, and I appreciate all the people who are saying I'm right because I am.
Charlie Jerk says, sorry, but Democrats bad is a moral position. Just ask Jimmy Dore.
No, those people are the flip side. Jimmy's wrong for the exact same vote shaming reasons as those people are. They're just the flip side of the coin.
Juniper J, sorry, Matt, it's very important to vote in the way in the general election that will keep out the worst candidate, and that is always a Republican. That's exactly what Matt's saying.
Yeah, I don't deny that, but I don't think it's the voters' problem. Like that, great job for coming to the realization that Democrats are better than Republicans on balance. That reality says, okay, the problem here is all these idiots and the way that they're engaging with democracy, and not like, oh, we need to get organized, because that's the only time this has ever happened. The only time like the New Deal happened because everyone from like liberal New Dealers to communists were getting serious about it. It wasn't like, oh, you guys are voting for Hoover, so you deserve that.
Yeah. Right. So they voted wrong. Then what?
Great job. Like, let's send people a medal who voted right.
Serpent Deflector. I'm supporting Ron DeSantis. Well, I already read that. Charlie Sheeher, to Matt's point about vote shaming, I live in a solid blue state with one of the worst inflated housing markets out there. Voting blue ain't enough, and anyone on the right who recognizes how bad things should be taken as an opportunity to highlight this kind of problems, the kind of problems fiscal conservatism leads to. I say conservatism, by the way, because it's an ideology found in both parties, and I make that clear to the folks that I'm talking to. They don't always listen, but it works occasionally.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they're definitely fucking liberals. I mean, sorry, they're definitely leftists. Like, no liberal is saying that even libs are conservative. You know what I mean? I wouldn't call them anarchists, but I don't know. I like them.
Yep.
You know, I mean, I think the other thing we haven't talked about is the narrative value of these cases, right?
Yeah.
You know, that's not why anyone would bring the case. That's not why these communities are bringing the case. They're not bringing the case so that, you know, members of Congress talk differently about it. But it's just a true fact, if you look at it, that, you know, when the Sackler name came off the art museum, right, that was a big blow for them, right? The reputational damage to the pharmaceutical companies that produce the opioids has, you know, been devastating. And the same with tobacco. Nobody's looking to the tobacco industries for healthcare advice. You know, I mean, it's just their reputation, you know, is in the garbage can, right? And so I think that's an important outcome, a corollary benefit, if you will, of these cases, is that they establish for once and for all that these companies knew and lied about climate change, and they don't give a damn what happens. Obviously, they're increasing production. They obviously don't care if climate change accelerates, and they'll continue to lie about it and lie about their commitments to the solutions until somehow they're forced to change that. But when all that happens, I think it's safe to say that their political capital will be significantly diminished, right? If they're paying trillions of dollars in damages and they're exposed for the liars that they are, it's just a lot harder for them to block action in the Congress, right? That's just the fact of it. Now, that's not why anybody's bringing the cases. That's just something that I think the cases can provide. They give legitimacy through documents that come from the industry themselves, right? Documents from inside the companies where they're saying the things I'm saying. They're predicting catastrophe 40 years ago. They're choreographing the disinformation campaign. So when that becomes sort of common knowledge, I think that just changes the entire zeitgeist about, the power balance moving forward as we try to solve climate change, which again won't happen through the courts, but the courts can help.
Before I let you go, I'm wondering if you could give some of those egregious examples you've touched on. The internal scientists at some of companies like ExxonMobil, knowing exactly what the outcome of burning all these fossil fuels is, and yet the public statements being so different from these companies. If you don't mind fleshing out exactly what that looked like and what some of the publicly available knowledge is on that front.
Well, I mean, one thing is the Exxon team back in the 70s and early 80s was probably the best climate science team in the world. They accurately predicted exactly the temperature rise that we see today, like 1.1 C. That's exactly what they predicted. They exactly predicted the level of CO2 in the atmosphere. And I mean, like to the part per
They have known. They've known for a very long time.
million level, right? They were the best. And then they looked at that and said, this is going to produce, quote, this is their words, catastrophic outcomes, right? For a significant fraction of the world population. And they mentioned catastrophic outcomes in relation to agriculture, in relation to all sorts of impacts and sectors of the economy. So that's Exxon predicting catastrophe multiple times and then orchestrating the denial campaign. Shell, I think they have one of my favorite statements, which is after looking at various different scenarios of emissions, and particularly the one that we've been on since they did this in the 1980s, which is just business as usual, they predicted that civilization itself could prove a fragile thing. So that's pretty amazing to me. They're predicting that civilization itself might collapse, but then they're like, what the hell? Let's just get into this denial campaign and we'll just lie about it for the next 40 years. It's just outrageous.
The amount of cognitive dissonance that you have to possess about you raking in a bunch of cash and what you're going to create for your kids. I mean, I guess they probably think that, like all of these very wealthy people think that they can build their own compound and that they'll be insulated from the effects that they've created on the planet. But I really can't think of anything more morally repugnant, to be honest.
100% agree with you. And the thing is, the CEOs and the people making the decisions, they know. They know what they're doing. They know that their products are causing this problem, and they just don't care. They don't care how many people die. They don't care how much it costs. They obviously don't care about anything, because if they did, they'd be doing very different things than what they're doing now.
Well, really appreciate your time today, Richard. How can people support efforts to bring litigation or pressure the Biden administration to take this action?
That's a great question. I don't have a great answer for that. I wish I did. The decisions to file lawsuits across the country, that's one thing that you can support locally. Let's just say that if you're in a red state, your attorney general is not going to bring this case. But if you're in a blue state, that's possible. You just got to support the politicians at the local and state level that are bringing these cases. And, I don't know that there's any way for the citizens to apply pressure to DOJ. I don't think that's a thing that the DOJ really responds well to. And, it's not something that is typically done. People got to just keep the heat on the administration and Biden to let's not have any more willows, and let's take a step forward here and do some real stuff.
Richard Weil is president of the Center for Climate Integrity. Thanks so much for your time today.
Oh, thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
We are going to be prepared day one, January 2025, to hit the ground running as conservatives to really help the next president. This task in 2024 is too big for any one thing.
Okay. I'm so hype about that eye. It looks so good. I just need to show you closer because it's so good. I still need to shade like under the upper eyelid, but it looks good. No, I just have to replicate that.
Tank. This has to be a movement. And what we've done is use our convening power heritage to bring the entire movement together. But what we're doing is systematically preparing to march into office and bring a new army of aligned, trained, and essentially weaponized conservatives ready to do battle against the deep state.
The Heritage Foundation and dozens of right-wing dark money organizations have come together to formulate Project 2025, which is a set of personnel and policy recommendations intended to guide the next Republican administration through their first 180 days in office. And if they successfully pressure the president to adopt everything on their wish list, America would look like a completely different country. They would dismantle the administrative state, expand the power of the executive, enact nationwide internet censorship, ban porn, and politically imprison LGBTQ plus people potentially. And should the next Republican president choose to pursue this unconstitutional agenda, he'd have the backing of the Supreme Court most likely. Now, all of this is moot if A, a Republican loses the 2024 election, or B, a Republican wins but chooses to ignore this agenda entirely. But if the Federalist Society has taught us anything, it's that Republicans always listen to well-funded right-wing think tanks because those are the organizations that their donors send money to, so why wouldn't they listen? And Ed Corrigan, who's one of the architects of Project 2025, casually explained why they're very confident that this is not going to be ignored.
This has been really a team effort. You got 50 different conservative organizations have contributed to this. That's what makes this a strong product. No presidential campaign or president is going to be able to ignore it.
No presidential campaign or president is going to be able to ignore it. And he's right about that. He said it in a very nonchalant way, but it's still very ominous nonetheless. But let's break it down. What is Project 2025? Well, the first order of business would be for them to expand the power of the presidency in order to lay the groundwork for unconstitutional policies that they really want to implement. As Bryn Tannehill of Dame Magazine explains, the mandate for leadership is a 920-page document that details how the next Republican administration will implement radical and sweeping changes to the entirety of government. This blueprint assumes that the next president will be able to rule by fiat under the unitary executive theory, which posits that the president has the power to control the entire federal executive branch. It is also based on the premise that the next president will implement Schedule F, which allows the president to fire any federal employee who has policy-making authority and replace them with the presidential appointee who is not voted on in the Senate. The president would directly manage and influence Department of Justice and FBI cases, which would allow him to pursue criminal cases against political enemies. Environmental law would be gutted, and states would be prevented from enforcing their own environmental laws. So there's a lot to this, and it's pretty complicated, so let me try to parse this out for you. What this basically means is that federal agencies which currently operate independently would lose that independence. Many federal agencies that they don't like would just be abolished or weaponized to their own liking. For example, they plan on gutting the EPA, predictably, and shifting them away from their focus on climate change entirely, while directing other agencies to expand fossil fuel infrastructure, like the Department of Energy, for example. And you're probably thinking, well, couldn't the president already effectively do that by just appointing a stooge or industry plant? I mean, we've seen this again and again. So why not just make somebody who is a fossil fuel CEO, for example, the head of the EPA? Well, the president could do that, but this is different because it goes further than that, because once they re-implement Schedule F via executive order, they also plan to clean house, which is very different than last time because, as Salon explains, by replacing federal employees with like-minded officials, Trump-era conservatives are planning to remove federal employees whom they perceive as obstacles to the president's agenda early on. This would avoid the pitfalls of Trump's first years in office and eliminate the possibility of any resistance a Republican president would encounter, the AP reported. And what this would do is create a sort of organizational harmony, so you wouldn't see the pushback that we saw in Trump's first years in office, for example, because remember, he wanted to do a lot of really terrible things, but he couldn't. There are limits to the president's power, but this is kind of the answer to that. It's a way to address these obstacles that he encountered and remove them. And think about it this way. So remember when Bill Barr was Attorney General and he contradicted Trump's lies about the election, and he said that he's not going to open up a probe into the FBI's investigation of Trump's 2016 campaign. Like, he openly defied Trump, essentially. Well, Barr was able to do that because as the Attorney General, as the head of the Department of Justice, you have independence, you have autonomy, right? Trump can't influence what you do. He could simply fire you and replace you with somebody else who's more loyal. But even that power is limited because Trump tried to do this. Remember when Justice Department officials threatened to resign en masse when Trump considered replacing Jeffrey Rosen with Jeffrey Clark when he was trying to steal the election? I mean, that was really important. That stopped Trump from proceeding forward with his attempt to steal the 2020 election. But I mean, think about what would happen in that scenario if the president assumed direct control of the Department of Justice and, worse, replaced every legacy employee with Trump loyalists who would be less likely to defy him. I mean, you start to kind of see how this would become a threat to democracy directly and why this would be much worse than last time. Because those existing checks that limit the president's power would simply not exist anymore under this philosophy, which they want to embrace. It would give him virtually unlimited power over the entire executive branch and every agency, and that is a problem. And Trump had authoritarian ambitions before, right? But the problem is that he didn't have the power or the know-how to actually pull off his dictatorial ambitions. But this time would be different because many of the 300 plus conservatives involved in Project 2025 came from Trump's administration, and they would likely return for round two if he were reelected. And what's scary is that Trump has already embraced this vision for the executive. So if he's reelected, this will likely become a reality. So what they're doing is they're looking back at the obstacles that he faced the first time he was in the White House, and they're trying to eliminate all of those obstacles going forward so that way he can do all of the terrible things that he wants to do. But once they consolidate presidential power, they then move on to the second order of business, the implementation of policy. And a lot of that includes deregulation, giveaways to their donors that fund, this network, the traditional conservative things that you would expect. But there's also a component regarding conservative social policy, and it's a sort of wish list that would basically transform the United States into a Christian theocracy. And they're pretty explicit about this. So Dame explains, the social conservative wish list calls for ending abortion, diversity and inclusion efforts, protections for LGBTQ people, and most importantly, banning any and all LGBTQ content. In fact, the mandate for leadership makes eradicating LGBTQ people from public life its top priority. Its number one promise is to restore the family as the centerpiece of American life and protect our children. They are explicit in how they plan to do so. As you'll see in the paragraph below, they plan to proceed by declaring any and all LGBTQ content to be pornographic in nature. And this is a direct quote from Project 2025's document. Quote, pornography manifested today in the omnipresent propagation of transgender ideology and sexualization of children, for instance, is not a political Gordian knot inextricably binding up disparate claims about free speech, property rights, sexual liberation, and child welfare. It has no claim to First Amendment protections. Its purveyors are child predators and misogynistic exploiters of women. Their product is as addictive as any illicit drug and as psychologically destructive as any crime. Pornography should be outlawed. The people who produce and distribute it should be imprisoned. Educators and public librarians who purvey it should be classed as registered sex offenders, and telecommunications and technology firms that facilitate its spread should be shuttered. That is absolutely chilling. But the question is, what would this look like in practice? And To be honest, nobody knows for sure, but at best, it looks like a nationwide implementation of Don't Say Gay in all schools and a likely ban on gender affirming care in all 50 states. But at worst, this also could look like the literal imprisonment of anyone who is openly LGBTQ. Dame speculates it's also arguable that LGBTQ parents would be subject to arrest, imprisonment, and being put on sex offender registries for exposing children to pornography simply by being LGBTQ and having children. It could be argued as well that people who are visibly trans in public are pornographic or obscene because they might be seen by a minor. This understanding of intent is in line with the call to eradicate transgenderism from public life. So this is genuinely terrifying because we are looking at a situation where every single queer person and arguably queer allies would no longer be safe in this country. They could all be subject to imprisonment or being on a sex offender list just because they're gay or trans. I mean, many people would be forced to leave, especially if they're in red states with governors not willing to protect them. This would create an LGBTQ refugee crisis of mass proportions. And that's what they want. But it gets worse because they want to crack down on the internet. Now, first, let's talk about the way that that would affect LGBTQ plus people and their allies. So with pornography being outlawed and all queer-related content being designated as porn, well, anyone who disseminates said pornographic material, like myself apparently, and the website that allows for said dissemination, like YouTube apparently, as well as the internet service provider that gives users access to this website that disseminates pornographic material, would all be subject to punishment or imprisonment at worst. In other words, if YouTube doesn't cleanse their website of pornographic LGBTQ plus content, then internet service providers would be forced to cut them off, which would effectively kill off all of these websites unless they comply. And LGBTQ content isn't the only thing that they would designate as porn. Let's be clear about that. Think of all of the movies and video games that would be censored if this all came to fruition. I mean, we're looking at a censorship regime here that's far worse than China's and more similar to Saudi Arabia's and the Taliban's. That's where we're at. That's what they're openly saying that they want. But if they tried to do this, there'd obviously be extreme pushback from blue states. But of course, they've thought about that too, and they have a plan. Dame continues, the organizations that drafted the mandate for leadership understand that blue states, which have sanctuary laws for transgender people, are unlikely to comply. It's difficult to imagine California arresting and prosecuting teachers, librarians, doctors, therapists, bookstores, virtual or physical, LGBTQ parents, and especially LGBTQ people merely for existing in public. This is why they include the following paragraph, quote, where warranted and proper under federal law, initiate legal action against local officials, including district attorneys, who deny American citizens the equal protection of the laws by refusing to prosecute criminal offenses in their jurisdictions. This holds true particularly for jurisdictions that refuse to enforce the law against criminals based on the left's favored defining characteristics of the would-be offender, race, so-called gender identity, sexual orientation, etc., or other political considerations, e.g. immigration status. This is calling for the executive branch to use the Department of Justice to threaten prosecution of any local or state officials if they do not charge LGBTQ people and their allies with crimes under the pretense that they are breaking federal and state laws against exposing minors to pornography. If people at the Department of Justice refuse to go along with this, then they can simply be replaced under Schedule F. And we're really not even scratching the surface, because remember, this document is 900 plus pages long, and we're just looking at the LGBTQ policies. But think about the ways that they'd hamstring states' ability to provide women with abortions. Think about how this will impact people on welfare, people getting Social Security, Medicare, employment. I mean, the possibilities are endless, and every possibility ranges from a threat to democracy from an outright violation of democracy. And the only check on the president in this scenario would be Congress and our far-right Supreme Court. Don't really like those odds, right? Even if Congress tried to rein in the president's power and pass some sort of a law to stop this from happening, well, the Supreme Court could go along with it. They could embrace unitary executive theory and strike down that law on grounds that it's unconstitutional. And the president could continue to do this. It's a literal nightmare scenario. Like, imagine, do you think that Clarence Thomas or Samuel Alito would not go along with this? Of course they would. But having said that, though, before we get a little bit too down, this is only a wish list. Odds are they're not going to get 100% of the things that they ask for. But what if they get 50% or 25%? I mean, certainly if they tried this, there would be a massive legal battle with, judges striking it down initially and it making its way to the Supreme Court. So there would be time for us to prepare how we're going to respond to this. But regardless, even if they got 10% of it and Trump just did what he says he's going to do, which is expand the power of the executive, that is still very troubling. Consolidating executive power is not a new phenomenon because each president has continued to expand power. Everyone, Democrats and Republicans alike, Obama, Bush, Trump. But we're talking about a massive expansion of presidential power that gives the president virtually unlimited authority over the entire executive. But even if in the best...
Cool being able to have colors be that nuanced. Oh. Thank you. Thank you. I have now spent like 3 hours on one eye. So I don't know how dope it is. Struggling over here.
Case scenario, they get nothing. None of this comes to fruition, and Trump doesn't even do what they say he should do with regard to taking control of the executive. Well, I still think this is worth our attention because this is the vision of 50 right-wing think tanks that have a lot of sway over Republican politicians. That's huge. They are telling us that this is what they want for our country, an end to U.S. democracy, a dictatorship with a Republican on top. And I think that they wrote Project 2025 with Trump in mind, but they'll take anyone. They'll take DeSantis, they'll take Nikki Haley, they will take anyone who is willing to do what they want to do. And if maybe they say we're going to endorse a candidate, give them lots of donations, if they pledge to support Project 2025 in their first 180 days in office, well then this could give a little bit more teeth to this authoritarian manifesto, right? But the fact that this is what they want as soon as a Republican comes back into the White House means that we have to fight that much harder to keep a Republican out of the White House for as long as we can, to at least buy us some time, right? So, you know a little bit about Project 2025. Do with this information what you will.
Excuse me. Vagina. For all of you just joining us, we've been working on our secret Aphex twin collab. Go ahead, play that track, Marsh. Play that shit. Oh God, play that shit, Marsh.
I'm afraid to report that once again, I called it and I was right. So I did everything right, and they indicted me.
I did everything right. Well, welcome to another episode of Fear and.
Do we start over?
Yep. Isn't that the wrong screen?
Yep. Start over.
Yeah. Well, we don't have to start over. I think March can fix that. He did it last time. I don't know how, but it is somehow recoverable, right? Okay.
It's recoverable. If it would be scuffed, we can just start over.
No,
okay, we're just starting over.
Welcome to Fear and.
Austin grievances.
I was trying to talk about pedophiles.
Yeah, Austin grievances is what we started off with, which, all things considered, let's be real, podcast is better without them. So, yeah, we cut the dead weight this week.
Damn, you just spark notes.
We have to like.
God damn.
Remember all of our jokes that we just.
Savage.
You just
mostly about Austin.
Cut to the beef.
Yeah, cut to the beef is exactly what. Who was the Minnesota Vikings playing again?
Oh, they're playing Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
That's what the Buccaneers did
They
to
cut it
the
their own
Vikings O-line.
Yeah.
That was a spicy burn.
Idiot.
Yeah.
Austin's not here today because he is watching the football game with his dad.
Yep.
Yeah, which is lame, and ridiculous. But anyway,
it's kind of cute.
No, it's only because you are also a fan of a team that is a perpetual loser and have a deep addiction to it, to your fandom.
I don't. He's not. He's lying.
What did I do?
Why'd you look at her?
He made this up.
Happy birthday, Will. Will is
It's
turning.
Will's birthday.
Will's
This
turning-
is so hard because we just talked about all this stuff.
Yeah,
and
we're
I'm
just
like,
Will's turning 24.
Yeah. I
Will's
know.
turning 24.
24 is a big year. I turn 25 next year. It's when I can finally rent a car.
Let's
It's a big year for
go.
me.
Yeah.
He's had bad luck on his birthdays in the past.
Oh yeah, we covered that.
Yeah. So-
God, we lost a lot.
Damn
Okay, we're
it.
doing such a shit job.
We are doing such a bad
All right,
job.
talk like you've never talked before.
Okay.
Like
No,
you've
let's
never-
talk about something new. Let's just, what's new? Let's talk about Cast. Or are you under an NDA?
Oh, I'm not.
Oh yeah.
Wait, what's Cast?
CoffeeZilla shouts out the GOAT is doing an expose on the people we used to work for on the original version of Fear and Molding.
Yeah.
Oh, the people that scammed you guys.
You mean the people that paid me in fucking shoes?
Well, they technically paid us
kinda
like a
cool.
minuscule amount.
Also-
if you remember, and then that went into the Coachella funds.
Marsh, will you keep a tab?
Oh, I have a good story.
Yeah.
Coachella fund. This motherfucker rents a house, and this shitbag that's our friend brought two
Oh
girls.
my
and
God.
they took the other main bedroom, and I had to sleep in a fucking bunk bed in a house
I know.
used
And
a
you
year
paid for
of
it.
Cass.
And you fucking paid for it with Cass money. Well, I paid literally the lion's share.
I
of
didn't know that they never paid anything.
Yeah, no, the girls actually did. The girls actually did end up paying. It was our friend who did not pay,
That's funny.
which is insane. He brought these two random girls with us to Coachella to like stay at this house that I like paid for the lion's share of regardless. And I was like, yeah, whatever, we'll do it. And Will was like, yeah, let's just put the cast money because it was like $6,000 what they gave
Between
us
both of
after between both of us after a year of doing ad reads every single fucking episode.
Yep.
And YouTube videos that
What?
had like
How did
hundreds
you-
of thousands,
can
millions
I-
of views.
Can I ask, how the fuck did you get swindled so badly?
I think they just straight up.
I feel like it's pretty easy to do to him.
Yeah, well, that is true. But
I feel
also,
like I could do it.
also, one, it's easy to swindle me, and two, I think they just literally were controlling like how much revenue we were generating, so it was like very hard to track. So they were just like they could just straight up be like, yeah, we gave you
made
$6,000 because you only made $6,000 worth of ad revenue.
Yeah.
Which is fucking ludicrous. It's
They
not
were-
real.
they were
There's no
they were
shot.
scamming.
Yeah.
Scamming.
They were scammers. They were scamming.
But what ended up happening is Theo Vaughn, I think, talked to Ethan Klein, as a matter of fact, a co-host on my other podcast. And after that, he came out with a video talking about how he got scammed by Cast Media. Totaling $4 million, as a matter of fact.
Oh my God.
Not just him, like
Do you
collectively.
think that's what we're due?
No. Collectively, he thinks like the people that he talked to, it totals $4 million, but like it probably is.
Damn, I bet they scammed us for like at least $100,000.
I don't know how much they scammed us for, but they definitely did.
Yeah.
That's crazy. You guys got swindled in your faces.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes, cutie. We got swindled in our
In your
faces.
faces.
but the point was like the podcast was never like a money making operation. I just hated that we had to do ad reads in general, and I more so wanted to do it. So I had like.
And that's why this episode is brought to you by the good people at Domino's. Domino's.
Oh, I
thin
wish we had a
crust,
Domino's
cheesy bread.
sponsor.
That'd be pretty fire.
Yeah,
Domino's
we'd
would be
eat
pretty
Domino's
fire.
every episode if they
Yeah.
give us a sponsor.
Domino's.
Domino's, if you're listening to this,
The CEO never said the N word.
We're ready.
That would be the greatest slogan ever. Domino's, we never said the N word.
Yeah.
And it's just two guys high fiving on game day.
Yeah, it's like Papa John's. Can you say that really about Papa John's?
Can you?
Can't say that about Papa John's, the Big Papa.
Oh, can we listen to a little bit
I
of
want to
Theo?
listen to Theo.
It's like 9 minutes long.
Jesus
Oh,
Christ. Is there a
damn, Theo.
condensed?
But here, like, go to like 30 seconds in where he just like starts talking about
Sticking
what happened.
in the.
legal in the legal space, I want to talk
In the
about
legal
something
space.
that has been tough for. I want to talk about something.
Okay.
Our podcast was defrauded. We were stolen from. We were taken advantage of. A lot of ways to say it. The company that did it is Cast Media, and the man that did it is Colin Thompson. And I'm going to put his picture in here.
Damn.
Oh, let's put his picture in here. Look at his stupid ass dye job.
Oh my god.
If I knew that's what he looked like, I wouldn't have signed up.
I just realized.
Oh no.
Do it again. Test it again. This has nothing to do with the set. This is like a software issue. You're right. We are getting a set, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, let's get back to cast.
I have an idea about that.
What?
No. Hold on.
Let's buy me a house. And
Keep
then
it.
we'll
Keep
do
it.
the-
Keep it.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Keep that part of.
Sure.
We'll get there. Let's do the. Let's make one.
Well, you owe me money from Cast.
Let's do
that
one
I've been
Yeah.
defrauded out of.
I thought the
Yeah.
VMAs were today. They're not until Tuesday. Because Taylor's going to the VMAs and I want to see her fit. And it's not until Tuesday. Stupid as hell. I was excited.
Okay.
I'm going to Sequoia.
Hasan is literally begging.
How does it feel, dumb bitch? Yeah, that's right. Do you know how often I start a story and your dumbass comes in and starts talking?
Tell him, cutie.
Content.
I was just doing that to prove.
Fucking tell him. Goddamn, I love her. Okay, I'm going to show you the picture one more time, and then I'm going to show you the eye, and I'm expecting you to be proud. Okay, picture won't focus. There it is. Okay. Drawing. Thing. I made a knot. I did it! I did it! Okay, the lighting is kind of bad in here, but trust me, it looks very good. Okay, it looks exquisite, actually. Where was the? Oh god.
Something I didn't mean anything that I said.
I like
Besides him being a dumb bitch. I am going to Sequoia, and the VMAs are on Tuesday, but I was just looking for something to cut him off because it felt good. I'm ready.
How does that make you feel?
Good. It makes me
Like
feel
when you
good.
when you see Taylor Swift like in a sexy ass outfit, like what does that what does that
Wait,
do for you?
you're pivoting to that? It makes me feel like, oh, go queen.
Hey.
That's what it makes you feel like.
Sorry. I'm sorry, that was God roll. I'm sorry.
Go queen. What if you see a great outfit? What do you say?
Who's wearing it?
Freaking Willie Nelson.
Willie Nelson.
He shows up to a party. He's wearing a great outfit. You're gonna be like, oh my god.
I would say, who dressed that old man?
What? Why Willie
Because he
Nelson?
doesn't like anybody.
What?
Who do you like?
I love
So
so many
random.
people.
Who?
I'm the biggest nerd.
Okay.
Sauce Guard.
My hands are so dirty. I have to wash them.
Yeah, Sauce. He always dresses well, though.
That's your homie too.
Yeah, but you see him
You
and you
guys
go,
are
and
besties.
his outfit is
I
sick.
go standard. Because
Okay.
he's consistently excellent.
So okay.
So is Taylor Swift? Is that what you're gonna say?
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Why do you get excited
You just
then?
boyed it. You just boyed it. You boyified it. This is misogyny, and I'm sick of it.
What? I just don't understand it. I don't understand what goes on in your mind when you feel excited for another human being dressing well.
I like outfits.
And like looking forward to her dressing well.
I just want to see her outfit.
Which is why I'm trying to like understand what's
not
going
just
on
her
in your
outfit,
fucking mind
like
palace.
even the gala. I want to see everyone's outfits. I'm excited. I like outfits.
I showed you mine.
Yeah.
Don't leak.
You don't even have one.
I will play off of his outfit.
Well, it's gonna be amazing if he shows up. Let's be honest.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
I mean, can we be real?
Can we be real?
Can we be real for a moment?
Yeah.
I will not give my take on this. I'll let the three of you sound off. Am I the best dressed streamer?
I'm
think you
making
dress
sure
very
I'm
well.
giving you a fair answer.
Yep.
Your style has improved dramatically over the course of the years that I've known you, and now it's very good.
Yeah, I think so. You're one of the only people that didn't show up in a men's warehouse.
Yes.
Yeah.
The bar is low,
Yeah,
and
think
I
so.
cleared it.
Yeah.
Yep.
There was
Yeah.
a time and place.
Yep.
Where, over an extended period of time, I dressed rather poorly because I was giving up on life
Oh.
during COVID. And
Oh
I feel
my
like,
co-hosts are depressed.
and I think that like carried
Depression.
over to people hunting older fits of mine, and some of them are going to be hits, some of them are going to be misses. It is what it is. It's not 100%. I'll admit, I've made some fashion faux pas.
I don't try to dress nice, so there's no expectation.
Yeah.
I don't.
Well, okay. Well, you're
I don't
always
try.
putting it on. I don't know how the fuck you are
guys
just
are
not even.
wrong.
You
90%
just
of the time I
literally
show up
just
like me for real.
in a hoodie.
she just flexed on us. I don't even try to look this good, bitch. I just
feel
am.
like you guys are being nice to me, so the YouTube comments aren't mean to you.
You think we read the YouTube comments? What are you insane? That's you and him.
Cutie, we are on the internet. The worse I am to you, the more accolades I will receive.
Yeah. Also, you're a woman. Did you forget?
Yeah, you're
know
a
your
woman.
place. Know your place.
Fine. Sorry, my brain's not working today since I think I have cancer.
I am nice.
The bottom of the eye looks cool. You mean like the iris? Yeah, I was doing it all. I always like go back and touch up, and I don't really have a process, TBH.
Nice to you because we are friends, damn it.
I almost messaged you last night. Not you.
Why didn't you?
Well, okay, if you guys don't, Ludwig and I live in a gated neighborhood, and Ludwig was in Paris, and all of a sudden the security guards are driving around, and they're like, hey, there's...
Did you need the authority?
Well, the security guards are driving around, and they pull
What
up.
would Ludwig have done in that situation anyway? You should still be the call.
Well,
Even if he's at home.
Don't do that.
Even if he's at home.
They were like, hey, there's been a massive increase in home invasions.
Oh.
Like, you need to, like, lock up tonight. And I was like, I'm alone.
Can we buy you some weapons?
We should do that.
You know my house is just littered with weapons.
I thought you only have a taser gun.
Oh, I got so many weapons.
Me too.
Really?
I got
love
2
weapons.
axes. I got a compound bow. I got a taser. I got a stun gun.
I don't have enough weapons.
I got knives. I got pepper spray.
Well, and then I go on the Citizen app. So I pull up Citizen app, and
Big
it's
mistake.
like, it's like,
I don't have enough weapons. Oh my god. How many do you have, girl? Goddamn.
because I'm like, oh my gosh, that's so scary. I go on Citizen app, 2 hours.
I've never felt like I needed more than my pocket knife. I've never even used that. Like, I don't know.
Hours ago, home invasion reported like 50 feet from you. Oh, shit. And it's like, oh my god. And then like someone in the comments, because once stuff comes on Citizen app, someone in the comments was like, yeah, like this keeps happening in this neighborhood. Like, like when people are home, and it's like,
do we have kind of like a Peter Parker, Mary Jane thing going on though, where you don't call me for me, you only call me for the super version of me?
No.
Now that I'm saving people, now I'm about to get a phone call.
Now that he's a
I
hero.
don't want to bother you.
Bother
Okay.
me.
It was like
I'm going back into the other eye. I'm determined.
I got 1 in the morning. I know, but it'd be like a thing, and you'd be disrupted, and I don't want to disrupt you.
Call me if you ever feel weird or scared.
Well, I called Slime, and Slime couldn't
he
come. I just needed someone in the house, so if I get
There could have been an active invasion, and Slime would have been like, I'm at Dave and Buster's right now, and I got a high score running. I cannot.
Slime would be playing video games and just not hear that we've been broken into. I called Slime. He couldn't come. I called. I like messaged a few people. And at any rate, Radstads, Ludwig's one of Ludwig's editors and friends, he came over and stayed at the house.
He has guns, doesn't he? I've seen his.
It's like one of those.
Yeah.
But he came and stayed. It was very nice of him.
That's It is 1,000 degrees in your house.
I know. Unfortunately, because I was gone in Mexico, I didn't have the AC on, and I turned it on earlier today, and it still hasn't like fully.
Stupid.
It hasn't fully.
I don't know how to open this goddamn window every single time.
There's
I
a
try.
clasp.
Turn it.
No. Before you turn it, there's a clasp that you need to unhook. Yep, there it is.
That would have fooled any of us, cutie.
It still doesn't go.
Okay, maybe try it again. The clasp.
Hasan, Don't reveal your window offset.
Okay, there you go. Now you got it. You got.
Who designed that thing?
You are natural and beautiful.
Yeah.
Natural.
It's natural. It's beautiful.
It's beautiful.
It's cutie.
Yeah.
By the way, cutie has a new nickname.
Cinderella?
Wait, why?
QB Cinderella.
Why?
Because it's football.
Because I'm a quarterback, I guess.
Oh, because she's quarterback in this podcast?
No,
I'm just a quarterback in football.
Oh,
I just play football.
Why are you trying to make this happen?
This is a football podcast.
Taylor Swift is not a Jets fan.
Stop trying to make this a Taylor Swift podcast. This is a football podcast.
This is a Taylor Swift podcast.
I'll tell you this.
What?
Jets win a Super Bowl. Taylor might flip. Taylor seems like a front runner to me.
Why would she? I don't think she cares.
She cares.
I don't. Cutie, you're the foremost authority on this. I'm sorry, we have to refer to what you, what you're the expert.
Is there a
Taylor-
team in Pennsylvania? Who plays in Pennsylvania?
We're just gonna move.
Oh my God!
No, don't do it. Don't do it. She's fragile. She's fragile. She's
What?
fragile. She's fragile.
How do you not know there's a team in Pennsylvania?
Who are they?
There's not one, two.
Who?
The Philadelphia
Oh,
Eagles,
the
the Philadelphia team, and then also Pittsburgh Steelers.
Oh, the Steelers. Pittsburgh's in Pennsylvania?
Don't. She's fragile.
Stop.
She's having a hard time.
I thought Pittsburgh was in Chicago.
What kind of Mormon juju were they teaching you at school? What did they
Kitty,
teach you?
Kitty,
Wait.
I frequently made
Who
the
is-
same mistake. I'm always like, Pittsburgh, Chicago, here we go.
Yeah.
No, she thinks Chicago.
I
is-
know.
Chicago.
Okay, what were you gonna say?
What team isn't Steelers black and yellow?
Hmm?
Wow.
There you go. You got one. Good job.
That is in
Now we're in fantasy.
Pennsylvania.
Her. You're doing too much. You can't do right today.
It's natural and it's beautiful.
Taylor is from Pennsylvania, so I'd assume she'd like one of those.
Yeah, she likes the
But
Eagles.
she also loves.
She likes the
She
Eagles.
loves New York, so she might like the Jets.
Interesting.
Loves
We're just gonna. I'm not
Well,
gonna
you know,
do,
it's like a
I'm not
New
gonna
Jersey.
do-
Jets is like a New Jersey team. Technically.
I'm not gonna do what I always do and talk about the Jets. We're just gonna move right past it.
We're just gonna move right past it.
We talked
Okay.
about cast.
No,
What
he
else
needs
happened?
to finish. I cut him off because I wanted to.
What? Oh, you cut off
cut
Theo
you-
Vaughn.
It's been like 20 minutes.
I know, but he wants to complain more about Cass. You can complain about Cass. What do you want to say
He
about
likes complaining about Cass more than
Well, I
me.
did get paid in shoes.
He got
He
paid in
did.
shoes. They're getting investigated by CoffeeZilla.
Yes, Cass getting investigated. They basically withheld funds from a lot of content creators.
What do you think they did with it? Just kept it?
Embezzled it. I don't know. Fucking shoved it in their butts.
So what
Who
happens
knows what people do
when
with money?
CoffeeZilla investigates them? He does an investigation and then like
It's a YouTube video.
And then everybody goes,
and it's a fucking
And then
banger.
Okay, but who investigates CoffeeZilla?
goes, oh, and then
No,
that's it?
actually, some of the people that he has investigated do end up getting, SEC violations and things of that
Really?
nature for crypto. So who knows? I mean, YouTubers that have investigated the Mormon mom, mom of 8, passengers of 8, or whatever the fuck it's called.
What? Oh, I don't know any of this drama. Do you know it?
Yes.
Oh,
So
yes.
there's this Mormon mom and dad. Dad's a professor at BYU, but he's currently distant from the family for the past couple of years, if I'm not mistaken. The mom is like hyper abusive, and she is a mommy vlogger, and she also has like a separate consulting thing with another partner that she has. Where they are describing pretty much just child abuse. They're describing child abuse, but like, I guess masking it as like it's really good advice. Things such as
does that
withholding
work?
things such as withholding food from your child for like the entire day. And she openly has talked about it for years.
Is she Muslim? Might just be fasting.
No, dude, she's Mormon, and no, it's
Oh,
not
okay.
Ramadan.
Okay.
No. This is
Wait, she's Mormon?
Yes, she's Mormon.
I missed that part. I'm
There's
sorry.
fasts
Oh my God, Will.
You fast?
No, this isn't.
it's a
This isn't a
fast.
religious thing.
Oh.
Okay, this is not a religious thing, and usually children
Okay, other than the
don't
food.
participate.
Other than the food. Other than the food.
Yeah. So what happened is like this past week or so, one of the kids was at a friend's house, and he like escaped and had like visible bruises all
he
over
escaped
him.
his friend's house?
Yes. And had visible bruises all over him, and then the neighbor immediately called the police, and then they finally were like,
Oh,
"Oh
so
my
like the
god!"
mommies had like a pact essentially.
Yeah,
They were
so
all beating the kids together?
I don't know if they were all beating the kids together, but it's like aggravated child assault.
Maybe they were actually like, I know this sounds.
Kid had wounds and they were duct taped.
The wounds were duct taped.
It sounds bad, but maybe.
Okay.
Maybe Child Fight Club.
Oh, that would be cool. Okay, no, that would be cool. You're right.
I'm back in.
Yeah, you need a lot of kids for that.
I thought you were gonna say something out of pocket. That's actually fire. Kids are not content. I am a firm believer that I feel like kids are mid at doing content. I feel like Child Fight Club would be sick.
So these were content creator Mormon. I was so lost in the beginning, and I was trying to get my head around
Well, there's a lot of mommy
What
Mormon
are they called? Mommy
bloggers.
Mommy
Mormon bloggers.
No, what's the name of this group?
Mommy bloggers.
Yeah. 8 passengers, mother leaving children at home alone for days.
What is 8 passengers?
8 passengers is the name of the channel. She has 8 children.
Fox News 13 Utah.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Let's watch this whole thing. Let's watch the whole thing. This is great. Yeah, it's
2
national news
minutes.
now. The reason why we segued into this, by the way, before we get started, the reason why we segued into this is because I was talking about YouTubers who do documentaries and stuff. YouTubers have made documentaries on this person for a while now. Friend of the show, Jaubrey made one.
Believed them.
Well, they kind of did, but they just like avoided doing anything about it. I think it's just like didn't get enough attention. But boom, you know, now all those guys were fucking right.
Behind the screen.
From 2022 shows that neighbors and family raised concerns about the children last year.
Fox 13 News reporter Jenna Bree has the details.
Talk like that.
Documents obtained by
Has the
Fox 13 News
detail.
show in September of 2022, in addition to multiple reports from neighbors, Ruby Frankie's oldest daughter, Sherry Frankie, called police out of concern that her sisters and brothers had been left alone for 5 days while their mother was in St. George with a friend.
Unfortunately, time and time again, I've seen in my career the inhumanity that people have towards their own children or children in general. And it highlights the need for us to be ever vigilant for the well-being of children.
Ruby Frankie was charged with 6 counts of felony child abuse last week after a child climbed out of a window of a southern Utah home and ran to a neighbor's house for food and water.
my God.
Police describing their wounds,
the worst
neglect,
child
and
fight club I've ever heard
malnourishment
of.
to be severe. Chris Burbank says
Yeah,
you
you
can
gotta
never
feed the
know
kids
what kind
so
of
they can
crime
fight better.
may be happening in your neighborhood.
It is an interesting bias that we all have. If the house is nice, if the neighborhood's good, if it's in, certain
Can we see
part
some of her
town,
advice video?
if
Wait,
it's
yeah,
in certain cities,
she's actually
right,
a
or certain
content creator?
locations, we don't imagine this going
millions.
Frankie was known for her
millions of subscribers.
Frankie. Oh yeah, right there.
Yeah, this is her partner.
Popular YouTube channel 8
Wait,
Passengers.
she's gay?
Her
No.
business partner,
Oh.
Jody Hildebrandt,
Friend.
who is
Oh.
involved with a parent
Business partner.
counseling service called
drowning.
Connection,
Business
was
partner
also
in her.
arrested.
This is their
Celebrity
consulting
plays all sorts of weird games in people's minds across the country, right? I mean, we see it in politics.
I won't
we
even
see
leave
it at
my
all
cats
levels,
home
right?
for a day.
Celebrity
I couldn't imagine
has
leaving
influence
5
over
kids home.
people that is
Seriously.
phenomenal.
Frankie's arrest now connected to her YouTube channel being taken down. In a statement to Fox 13, a YouTube spokesperson wrote, quote, "We can confirm that we have terminated 2 channels linked to Ruby Frankie in accordance with our creator responsibility guidelines."
So all those kids get taken
Following
away
her
now?
arrest, as well as statements from law enforcement, if a channel owner is accused with clear evidence of a very egregious crime, we may terminate their
It's so
channel
funny.
if its content is closely related to the crime, or if the channel
It's funny because like
owner was
they've known for
convicted or
years, like
pled
YouTube.
guilty. Additionally,
YouTube knew for years.
YouTube.
Everybody
you
complained about
salty
it.
Dog.
I'm sorry. I really himboed up that segment, guys. I didn't know what was going on at all.
Well, I mean, so to recap
I
it,
thought
there's a
they were
child.
Muslim, and then I thought they were gay. And I didn't know that they were creators.
I also thought they were gay.
No, they're
This is
YouTube creators.
horrible.
There's a child fight club, and
It's a bad child fight club.
It's a bad child fight club because they're
Not good,
malnourished. Like you should keep the children well fed if you're gonna make them fight each other.
Okay, so she's in jail and her 8 kids are available for the fight club. Can we save them?
Yeah,
And
I
then
think so.
repurpose them.
God, that'd be great content.
Come here, babies.
Repurpose.
Can we watch one of her advice videos?
Yeah,
I
no,
just wanna
it
see
got
what
they
she
got
sounds like.
taken down. It said.
There's got to be clones.
Frankie Ruby. Well, there's also did you,
Jaubrey.
did you hear about the other Mormon mommy bloggers there was like 6 of them?
What?
There was 3 wives and 3 husbands, and they were all mommy bloggers, and they were all Mormon and blah blah, and they would have these swinger parties.
Oh.
Yeah. And the only rule was like, don't kiss, like no kissing. Like,
So they were butt fucking, but they're not kissing?
I'm sure they were like having normal sex. You can kiss and I mean, you can have normal sex without kissing, idiot.
I just
I just would never. It's so romantic.
I just wanted to. Can I not?
No, it's fine.
Can I
Maybe
not-
they were butt.
Can a boy not dream?
maybe
Like,
they
what do you
were
mean?
butt
Did they piss on each other?
I don't
Like, what kind of
know.
weird shit were they? Was
They-
there
so-
sucking?
But then what happened?
Did they suck penises and
I think
other
they
things?
probably sucked things, but no kissing.
So they were kissing penises. God will see that.
God will see that. So the problem is like Ashley and Brittany's husbands, like they like swapped essentially. Like
Drama.
They swang so
I
good
guess,
they
like-
stayed?
I guess
Cutie,
like yeah.
Cutie,
Brit-
please
yeah.
give us the keywords. We need to search this. I need more information.
Okay, well let's finish the child abuser.
No, that's it. She's going to jail. All right. At the
Okay.
end.
Okay. This
And YouTubers called
Google
it ahead of time.
Mormon vlogger swingers.
Taylor Frankie Paul
I told you.
admits to soft swinging with her friends during a live stream in May 2022.
What soft swinging?
No kissing.
No kissing.
Duh, get with the program, brother. What do you mean?
Wait.
Is that well
Hardcore
known?
Swinging is just kissing.
They had
Yeah.
wait.
I've been so misinformed.
I don't know what you would call it. It's like some soft swinging, but you don't fully switch and go all the way. And to be honest, I did. We had an agreement, like all of us, and I stepped out of the agreement. She said in the live video. So like she like kissed someone or something, and then now she's posting sad TikToks because she's out of the swinger group.
Wait, they're hot?
Yeah,
Changes everything.
and they're out of the swinger group now.
It's awesome. This story. What the fuck is that? Whoa!
Was that the swinger group?
Well, no, she got excommunicated from all of her friends because she cheated on her husband and broke the rules of the swinger grup.
What's wrong with that baby?
Why do they all look the
So
same?
the rules were they could fuck, but they couldn't kiss?
I don't know the rules. I'll be honest.
What are the rules?
I wish we knew one. Can we call one? Can someone call Dakota Mortensen?
She had
Or
an
Taylor
ectopic
Frankie?
pregnancy. It's crazy.
Yeah, but essentially
I bet she's anti-abortion.
they like broke. They home wrecked each other, and then it was like a problem. And then she got charged with domestic violence.
No.
Taylor
if it's a
Frankie.
double home wreck, technically it's like not a home wreck though. It's just a new home.
No, but the other home didn't want
Two new homes.
to. They didn't want to be a new home.
Oh, well then, but then those guys are the sourpuss. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like they're at fault.
They are the
really.
sourpuss.
Not Taylor.
God, Mormons
Well,
are
Taylor was a
complicated.
domestic abuser,
Okay, that was not cool. You're right.
and she wasn't a part of Fight Club, so it isn't. It does count
Yeah.
when you're outside of Fight Club.
All right, Hasan. I'm going to serve you up something that I don't want to talk about,
What?
What?
but I think you will want to comment on it.
What?
There was recently a Sidemen soccer game.
You didn't get invited. We've all been talking about it.
Neither one of us got invited.
Wait, what? Why are people talking about that?
Everyone on the internet was like, I can't believe Hasan didn't get invited.
Why would I be invited to that?
They just kept saying L. No, but listen, one thing I will say. In a soccer match, you're rated a score out of 10. In the Sidemen soccer match, XQC received the lowest score with a .3.
Go Felix.
Which is one of the absolute lowest scores you could
He
receive
saved a goal though.
as a player. He did. I don't want to talk about this. I have no interest in this.
Uh-huh.
Why are you serving it up?
It sounds like you
Because I
wanna do
feel
it.
like that's something you would want to talk about.
I don't give a shit. I didn't watch it.
Look at
I
him
was on
go.
vacation. He looks good. He looks kind of hot.
He looks hot, doesn't
Yeah,
he?
he looks
tried his
hot.
best.
He looks the part.
Yeah,
He looks
that's
like
what
John
I'm
Luigi
thinking.
Buffon.
Yeah, he does look like a soccer player.
Yeah. He's like wiry and skinny with a big nose, like a lot of those soccer players are.
But they
He
lost.
looks handsome, though.
He is handsome.
They lost, and he was really sad.
They also raised $3 million.
That was great.
The gala will not be doing that.
Congratulations to the Sidemen.
Side note, we've been promising something for people for a long time.
Yeah, basketball. What the fuck is
No,
going on?
basketball is whatever. I don't give a shit.
Are we playing soccer now?
No, neither that. I think it's time to honor the traditions of your people.
Oil wrestling?
Time for Turkish
We're
oil
not
wrestling.
doing
You and I need to Turkish oil wrestle for charity.
Please.
I thought you were going against the yard again. I was like, who do I get? Aiden?
Come on, let's do a Turkish oil wrestle.
Absolutely not.
Let me fish hook your butthole.
I don't want to do. That's part of the reason why I don't want to do it.
Fish
Big
hook
part
your
of the reason.
butthole.
It's an
Hey,
actual
yo.
legitimate tactic. It's
Hey,
the gayest sport
yo!
on the planet.
It's a
Have you never seen Turkish roller wrestling?
It's a way you get a good hand
March, pull
grip
up.
in there.
That
Pull it up,
sounds
Mark.
ouch.
This is the national pastime of Turkey.
I'm trying to raise some money for the kids.
We have a gala.
Show
No
that video.
one's gonna give you. You already told me your gala's gonna be a fucking
Cutie?
flop.
Cutie,
My God.
feast your eyes.
I wish you were that announcer guy.
I mean, we could easily raise $1 million.
That's me and Alinity. Just wrestling each other.
I just want to point something out here.
When do they?
These
grip
guys,
the buttholes?
unironically, like none of them think this is gay.
Oh my god! Oh my god! He just went to grab his.
Yeah, that's a move. You have to shove because like your entire body's oiled up, so you have to. Yeah, there you go.
Hand?
Yeah, he's doing
Where's
it.
that hand going?
So those are extremely tight leather pants that they're all wearing,
Yep.
and
Bro,
obviously in order to manipulate.
He's grabbing his ding dong.
Bro.
Yeah, in order to manipulate your opponent, like you don't have a gi.
Bro! What is happening?
This is beautiful and natural, cutie.
It's not beautiful and natural. This is weird.
Wow.
There it is. The Turkish butthole hook.
Why? How do you win?
You hook their butthole real good.
Why are they? No one's
Ain't no
enjoying
way.
watching it.
Literally.
Like, what is?
None of.
Oh my god!
Yeah, these guys.
Stop! Stop
I thought
it!
Turkey was like very homophobic.
What?
There's nothing gay about it.
If you ask those guys,
so
if you ask
gay.
those guys, like, what do you think about gay people? They'd be like, "What's a gay person?"
There's nothing gay about this.
They'd be like, "What's a gay person?" That seems like it would be illegal.
I
and
think
disgusting.
Hasan and I could save half the children on the Eastern Seaboard if
We're
we
not
just
doing
did a good
Oh my god,
Turkish
he's in his
wrestling.
butthole. He's in his butthole.
Yes, it's called chengal. It's called a hook.
It's called chingal. It's nothing gay.
There's a term for it when you shove
Oh,
your
then
hand.
he smelled his fingers, for sure.
When you
Stop.
shove your hand in your opponent's leather pants, tight leather pants, and you arrive at his butthole, you can use his butthole to manipulate him physically.
And I actually have been, you know how a lot of people have been training for
That's
chess
kinda gay.
boxing?
You've been training for this?
But I've been working with a trainer,
Oh.
and my butthole grip is getting a lot
This is
better.
precisely the reason why I will never do it. Okay?
That's crazy. It's crazy. I'm just trying to honor the
You
traditions.
don't
of
care
your
about
people.
Children Fight Club.
Thank
and
you.
it shows.
Thank
No,
you.
I don't.
Thank you.
I almost died at Disneyland.
You went to Disneyland again?
I went Thursday. I went Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday.
Oh, actually, never mind.
Went 3 days this week.
Yeah, my family was here. My niece made this lovely little aerial.
Oh, that's mine now.
Yeah, my family was here, and so they go to Disney, and so then I go to Disney with them.
Okay.
And as you guys know, Disney has, you don't know this, Disney does special seasonal menus.
Oh, I know this.
And right now it's Halloween. Fun. And so at Flo's Diner at Carsland, I know, but they already decorated for Halloween.
When are we gonna go? I never get an invite. You'll call me to come take on your vicious home invader.
I didn't call you.
Thought about it.
I did think about it, but I didn't want to bother you. We can go to Disney.
You still have a promise.
I know.
You're supposed to take. I have been keeping myself pure. Many opportunities have come up. To be
I
like,
know.
Hasan, you need to go
What
down
if
to
we
Disney.
Turkish oil wrestle at
At
Disney?
Disneyland. I found a place we could podcast at Disney. I found a perfect spot.
Let's do it.
Well, I know we can do it. Let's let it cool down. The heat wave made it miserable.
Speaking of heat waves, I was in Mexico this past week with my family, and we had a great time. Why are you doing that?
This is the worst episode.
Because you
we've
don't
done.
want to hear about how I almost died.
Oh, go on.
We're struggling today. It's okay.
Go on.
Guys, forgive us.
I'm very tired. I'm sorry.
This is exactly why I did that to you earlier.
Yeah.
This is full circle. Okay, I go to Flo's fucking diner. It's in Carsland, okay? And they have these special habanero chicken fingers. And I was like, can't wait to try those. That sounds like delightful. And they're on top of these gross-ass ranch-covered fries. And so I have to take them off and wipe off the ranch. Ew, yuck. I hate ranch. And so then I order a separate thing of fries, but that doesn't matter. I go and I sit by myself because my family is doing Disney animation where you learn how to draw characters. So they're off doing the drawing, and I'm like, I'm going to eat my chicken fingers because they had already eaten. I eat a whole chicken finger.
Wait, they wouldn't sit with you while you were eating?
They were doing an activity.
What the
They were
fuck?
too busy abusing.
They had
children.
already eaten.
They were doing Child Fight Club.
They were collecting children for Child Fight Club.
Yeah. It goes hard at
They're
Disney.
all tuned up on Dole Whip and they
Dude,
go
Disney,
crazy.
Disney is like an arena. They do it in different places, and the Disney arena
Yeah,
goes
Luigi's
hard.
car ride is where the first Disney fight because it was after 10 p.m. You throw them all in there.
So you got your ranch fries.
I got rid of my ranch fries. Ew, yuck. And I'm sitting by myself out on the patio, and I eat a whole chicken, and then I check on my phone because Maya loves tomato, like sexually and romantically. She's obsessed with
What is that?
Ew.
What's tomatoes?
tomato.
What's tomato?
What the fuck is that?
Like tomato.
What? Stop repeating the word. I don't know what that means.
Stop.
That?
Yeah.
Wait, his name's Mater.
I know, but he's sometimes he'll be like, I'm tomato.
I've never watched this movie.
I've never watched this movie.
What? You're such a fake fuck, Hasan.
I'm sorry.
You talk about fucking the cars in Cars
You
Land.
do talk about
Yeah.
car pussy a lot.
Never
Yeah, I
even
do.
watched it.
I've never watched it.
You don't even know what the hot car is. The
Lies.
hot blue car.
I don't.
We see little
Sally.
Liarty.
Pull up Sally, the hot blue car.
Oh, that's the Porsche.
She's hot for
Yeah.
me, but tomato is hot for Maya. I'm hot
Okay.
for Sally.
So you want to be in a lesbian relationship with Sally?
Yeah, but Maya likes tomato.
Would you fuck the
Oh my god, that's
tailpipe?
me. So anyway, I'm on my phone
You
because
fucked the pussy.
don't know, you've never even watched it.
But I know how it works.
They have these tomato buckets that they sell
Uh-huh.
at Flo's Diner. But I mobile ordered and it wasn't on there. And I wanted to get the bucket for Maya because she likes tomato. And so I'm sitting there looking on the mobile app to see if I can order this. And I take a bite of my chicken and I choke. I straight up
And you
shoot
had
up,
no one at
and I'm
and
all
you're
alone
at
Disneyland.
Disney?
Cutie, I'm not gonna lie.
How funny.
I love you so much. You're the light of my life. You're one of my favorite friends. If you had died choking on a chicken tender at Disney, I would have pissed my
on
pants.
top of a tomato bucket.
It would have been funny.
Just falls on the tomato bucket.
Just
breaks her
blue
neck.
Cutie Cinderella. like a fucking horror film. Just
That was the problem is I didn't have the tomato bucket yet.
Because the family left her behind to do activities.
eating her seasonal menu.
So I shoot
Lightning
up.
McQueen's jizz fries.
It did look like that. I shoot up out of my seat, but I don't want to be dramatic and do like the choke symbol.
You're dying.
I know.
Why would you not want to be
'Cause I
dramatic?
wasn't sure. And so then, because I was like, I don't know, because I used to have these things called laryngospasms where I would get really stressed and my throat would just close. Temporarily, I'd usually pass out and then I wake up again.
What?
It's called laryngospasms.
Honestly,
Like
I think
Ringo
I think
Starr? Like,
you
what do you-
need to do some drugs. You have nothing to lose.
No, laryngospasm. It's a long
Oh,
story.
Larengo.
So
I
I
thought you
thought-
said Ringo.
I've had the choking sensation before. I've never had food choking. So I shoot up and I'm like, oh my God. And I'm not like, oh my God. I'm like, and it's like, I can't breathe. And so I'm like, okay, try breathing out of your nose. Sure enough, can't breathe out of my nose, right? Like I'm
Why
thinking in
not?
my head, because I'm choking.
Okay.
Her air passage.
My air passage is blocked.
By habanero, seasonal habanero.
the chicken fingers. And this woman at another table, she's younger, she looks at me and she's like, are you okay? And I'm like,
She Heimlicked
no.
you?
I say I'm not okay. And so she starts yelling for her boyfriend. She's like, Jose, Jose, Jose. He runs over and instead of Heimlicking me right away, he just goes and whacks my back. And it was enough to like
Lodge.
yeah, well, just like, and I kind of like regurgitated, and then I could breathe.
Wow. Do you know how to do self Heimlich?
Yeah, on the chair. I
Yeah.
thought about it. I was like looking at the chair because I didn't want to like ask for help and be annoying. So I was like, looking. And
You're dying.
And then like,
What's
yeah.
wrong with you?
It was awful.
Just
then my throat hurt all day, and now I have this swollen lymph node, and I'm.
Oh, so that's where the swollen lymph node came from.
I don't know.
Yes.
Do you think habanero could do that?
If it was lodged in your trachea?
It was bad. It hurt so bad. It was so
Yeah,
bad
probably
all day.
the
I was
crunchy
coughing.
deep fry of the tenders scratched the inside of your throat.
And then there's this whole time, mind you, I'm choking. Staff comes over, they bring me water. I'm like chill, and I'm like, that was funny. And they were like, and then
Did you get the tomato bucket?
I got the tomato bucket the next day, but
What's in the tomato bucket?
nothing. It's empty. Is that stupid?
wait, what?
Yeah.
So, just to have a bucket at your
pull up.
house?
Marsh, it showed earlier. Tomato bucket
I
at
don't
Disneyland.
understand this.
Oh, it's right there. I see it. It's a Disney Cars Mater. See that? It looks like a toy almost. One more over. That guy.
That's
yeah.
not a bucket.
Oh, that's not. Oh.
No, that's a die-cast
Okay, get the
vehicle.
bucket. Kids Mill, Flo's Diner, tomato bucket. So it comes with a kids meal, but they give it to you just empty. It's not full of, it's not full of popcorn or anything. It's just this stupid ass bucket. Maya loves it though. I gave it to her today, and she said she really likes it.
Maya's here.
No, we recorded wine about it this morning, where I also told this story. But honestly, you guys were so dry for content, I had to reuse it.
We were doing just fine.
Were we?
You've been unloading trauma all day.
You literally started a conversation with, so this pedophile used to take me to the basement.
Yeah, that was in the episode we had to delete because this shit failed.
Thank God.
People would have loved the pedophile
You
story.
bumped the fucking roadcaster out with your childhood trauma.
No.
Oh my
Child
God.
Fight Club, me. Mormon swingers, me. Choking, me.
You're carrying.
What do you got?
All right, you know what?
Yeah.
Well, I was going to talk about.
I'll supervise.
I was going to talk about a deep fear that I've had.
Okay.
The
That sounds
ocean.
For a very long. Yeah, there you go.
Mm.
A deep fear that I have officially conquered. Call me King Neptune
It's
because.
called thalassophobia.
Yeah,
Thalassophobia, but
thalassophobia.
Just shut the fuck up.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's just, it's.
I'm putting him in Kid Fight Club.
I have been. I would destroy those
They're
kids.
gonna beat the
I
shit
would
out of you.
fucking ruin. Give me like 10 of them. I just fucking one punch like 5 of them at the same time. It'd be sick. Anyway. Yes, that's right. I was in Mexico with my family, celebrating my mom's completion of her dissertation. We went to Cabo.
Let's go.
And a lot happened. Are you fucking joking? Ah!
Everyone's good about it.
All right, our equipment broke again, but we're back now.
It didn't break. We just stop it and restart it because we want to make sure that it's good. Anyway, I went to Mexico with my family for a celebration of my mother's dissertation completion. And we went to Cabo, all-inclusive resort.
Okay.
Picked it all out.
Flexing.
That's.
No, I get
was
it. You're
just
flexing.
giving the-
No, it's cool.
I was just giving the details.
We haven't gone.
I'm sorry. Can I? How would you do that?
Huh.
If we were to next weekend go to an all-inclusive resort in fucking Cabo, how would you get there?
Oh my God, my mom's calling. I gotta
That's
go.
so crazy.
Hi. It's
Yeah.
been so long. I meant to say dad, but mom.
Yeah, you use your dead mom
Shit.
as a way to
How's it going?
segue away from a
Ah.
potential Cabo
Anyway.
stream trip.
So how was Cabo? You went
Very
all
humid.
exclusive. Did you get pina coladas? Yum.
Very humid. I did not drink. Well, actually, I did drink a little bit of wine.
Boring.
No. Hold on. Let me explain.
get them virgin.
So here's what happened. I land at the Cabo Airport, SJD, okay? And immediately, first I'm like, oh, my Pelican case that has like all of my equipment, streaming equipment, is not making it through. I'm like, I'm screwed, you know? I don't know what the fuck happened.
Oh,
it
I
was
see.
fine. It was in large luggage, the large luggage area, which is different.
Yeah.
Pick it up. Get to Customs and Border Patrol. Customs and Border Patrol does this, one of these, like, okay, I go over there.
Yeah.
I go over there. He goes, what's in that case? And I'm like,
that's so
I don't know,
cool.
just like electronic equipment that I have.
In my tomato bucket.
Yeah, in my tomato bucket. And he's like, what kind of electronic equipment? I was like, well, I have a monitor.
Why don't they just open it?
I have a monitor. Well, at this
Sounds
point,
like this could be so much
I think
faster.
there's like rules around it. Like Customs and Border
Oh.
Patrol can't just like be like open it. They have to have probable cause. He goes, touch this button. I press the button. It lights up green. He goes, got to put it in the X-ray. I got random searched basically by the Mexican Customs and Border Patrol. Put it through the X-ray. They go, ho, you have a lot of electronic equipment. Turns out there's a tax in Mexico because a lot of people bring in their cheap electronic equipment that they buy in America and sell it in Mexico because in Mexico electronic equipment have a tax and it's very expensive.
Oh.
So he's like, you're selling these. I'm like, no.
You're like, look at my
He's
YouTube
like,
channel.
you're gonna get taxed. He's like, you're gonna get taxed. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, all this electronic equipment, you have to get taxed. You have to pay tax. You have to declare this at the customs. And I was like, that seems weird. Then he shows me the fucking law, and it literally says like you can bring your personal, you can bring like 2 cameras, you can bring a laptop, like a personal laptop, all this stuff. Mine is perfectly kosher, right? Because it's like light, microphone, and monitors.
Weird.
So they're like, nope, you have to come with us. And I'm like, and at this point, I'm like very visibly frustrated. And I'm just like, you know, I'm noticing that I'm getting fucked. I'm getting extorted. Okay. So I was definitely not chill about it, where I was like, what are you talking about? Like, this is bullshit. This is fucking ridiculous. Like, what do you mean? This is my personal equipment. Like, I'm not doing anything with it. Like, I've traveled all around the world with my personal equipment. It's been fine. This is the first time it's ever come up. And so they're like, no, you got to come with us. They take me to a separate room. Okay. And my mom is freaking out at this point. So I'm like, I'm texting.
Heard what you said about 9/11.
Yeah, well, Mexico doesn't give a shit. Mexico was like 11-9, perfectly fine by us. So I take a quick like picture of where I'm at, okay? Because I'm like, I am like detained at Customs and Border Patrol. Like, fear not, I'll handle it. It's not a big deal. The guy fucking blows a gasket. Goes, what the fuck are you doing? He like picks me up.
Oh my God.
And he's like, come with me right now. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? He's like, no photos. No photos. You put your phone back in your pocket right now. Picks me up, takes me outside, goes, read that sign. And there's like this Xerox, like not even Xerox, sorry. There's this piece of paper that they printed out and then taped to the wall that says like, it's illegal to take photos and it's punishable with jail time and $16,000 American dollars. If you take a photo inside of like the Customs and Border Patrol, the detention area.
Oh, shoot.
So I'm like, okay, I'll delete it. He's like, delete it. And I delete it. He's like, now delete it from your recently deleted area. Like, I was like, damn, these motherfuckers have done this before. It's like not their first rodeo. They set me back down and the guy's like fucking yelling at me. He's chirping at me. He's like, it's $1,000. You have to pay me $1,000 in taxes. Like, he's like $1,000 worth of taxes. Sorry. He's like, your electronic equipment, it's $1,000. I'm like, no, it's not. It's fucking 2 monitors that are like $100 each and a microphone and a light. Like the total is like maximum $300, right? And it's out of the box, not like firsthand, you know, I'm not fucking selling it. And he's like, prove it. I'm like, okay. And I go to take my phone and he goes, if you take your phone out, I'm arresting you. And I'm like, okay, so how can I prove it to you? He's like, well, you should have thought about that beforehand. He's like, it's $1,000. If you don't pay this right now, I'm taking your passport away and I'm arresting you. So I did. I paid the fucking, I paid the fee, 90% tax on $1,000.
His story was so much better than yours. We're not hurting for content at all.
I know.
You're just spamming.
He just waited for me to finish this just so he could say that.
I forgot to mention.
No, I'm still on this story. Keep going.
It doesn't even end there.
Yeah, it doesn't end there.
I didn't finish either.
Let him carry the
The
podcast.
habanero chicken fingers were pretty mid.
Anyway, so
What's your
much
story,
better.
baby boy?
Welcome back to Fear and much better than Wine About It. That podcast
Can
sucks.
you switch with the bear?
With
Can we-
Austin?
Yeah. Austin's had a lot of valuable feedback this episode, I think.
The best he's ever done. Why is this sticky? Oh, Kaya.
So I pay the fucking fee, and apparently there was another family behind me that was also detained, and they came out and told me that they were like laughing, and they were like, welcome to Mexico. Like they just like straight up dicked me down a little bit.
Yeah.
So I foolishly tweeted about it, and you can never tweet about things like this online. And immediately Twitter was like, one, tax the rich. Everybody's like making the same joke. And I'm like, okay, got it. Funny the first time, not funny like the 7,000.
Not funny when it's me.
No. It's the type of joke that I would make.
I'm kidding.
Like it's perfectly valid, which I also made in the comments, like in the follow-up comments. I was like, damn, we're building a wall.
Butthole, baby.
So,
Butthole.
but like these guys were like, they wrote like a community note underneath, and they're like, actually, this is a real tax, and there's no reason to believe that it was fake. And it's like, dude, what are you doing? It's just like, you think I had exactly $1,000 worth of fucking electronic equipment? Like, get the fuck out of here. You weren't there. Like, why are you making this shit up?
It's crazy that they tell you to prove it, and then they don't help you in any way.
But I do have, well, that was the point. It's just they make up an arbitrary number, and there's 2 ways out of it. You either say, oh, okay, like, how can I pay to get out of this?
Or you say, just keep it.
Or, no.
Did you miss the United States?
What? I did fucking freedom, baby. You know what I mean?
Right.
Hell yeah. That's right.
Freedom isn't free. Yeah. And that's why we built that fucking wall.
Yeah, which with my money, with the money I gave to the Mexican authorities.
Yeah, build it up.
I'm not.
Keep 'em out.
I'm not gonna.
High five.
I'm way too white to high five on that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's natural. It's beautiful. Build a wall.
The
so
wall is natural.
The wall is literally being paid by Mexico, by Customs and Border Patrol. But
oh no,
it's not that big of a deal. Like I've experienced this in Turkey, but obviously because I'm Turkish, like it doesn't happen to me. But if they think that I'm like American, they'll try to fuck with me, and then I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? And it goes away. But like it was kind of funny to see like how similar Mexico is to Turkey in that regard.
Well,
I don't speak Spanish. I can't punk them. If I spoke Spanish, it would have been fine.
I would have taken out double the money, given it to him, and been like, "You look like you need."
I did throw the credit card on the table. I was like, fuck it, here.
You
Like,
throw it hard. You
I was like, fuck you.
put some English on it.
Yeah. No, I did. I was like, here, just
you
fucking
pretty
take
woman to them. You were like, I would have paid too.
No, I mean, it was very frustrating. It was very, very frustrating because like they were.
That's awful.
It's the principle. It's like,
Dude, you know
that
what we
money
should do
is not
for a
that
stream
big.
now? Let's smuggle electronics into Mexico and give them
sell
away.
them.
Yeah, sell them.
Sell them.
Come on.
I don't want to.
Smuggle electronics.
I don't want.
Smuggle electronics.
I don't want to do that.
But beyond that shitty experience, it rained a lot. So I streamed a lot. And then on the last day, I had a wonderful day with my family. Stream.
I saw you on
And
a boat.
I conquered my fear of the ocean.
Oh, right. That was how we started.
Yeah. I got on a catamaran called Tortuga.
That's turtle.
Yes.
In Spanish.
Exactly. We went to the arch, and there's a lover's beach, and on the other side there's the divorce beach, and the divorce
Wait,
beach is named that way. Yeah, because the other side is this. One side is the sea, the other side is the ocean, and the ocean currents are so vicious that like they call it the divorce sea, so they kill people. But the lover's side is very calm because of the sea.
Then.
Yeah, I thought as well. I thought that was weird as well. They should have called it the hater sea. But I saw a bunch of sea lions. I saw some turtles. It was sick.
That's cool.
And I swam in the ocean for a very long time. Swam my fucking butt off.
Splish splashed.
I did. Yeah, it was great. I did it.
Now
I
you're
tackled it.
converted?
No.
Oh.
There were luckily not a lot of fish
Do
in
you
the
have
ocean in the part of the
Thrassophobia?
No.
You don't.
How are you afraid of everything but not like sea critters?
The open deep ocean scares the fuck out of me.
I don't like it when I you know how I used to be Britney Spears on a cruise ship?
What?
You didn't know that?
Wait, what?
I used to be Britney Spears in a Legend show on a cruise ship. And the
Can
worst.
you sing us something?
No, I was really
Please,
bad.
please.
I was
She's so
not
lucky.
even. I wasn't even
Just a little bit.
close.
Say Kiss Me Baby one more time.
Just
No.
no, dude.
Do it.
She's so
Oh,
lucky.
baby, baby.
She's
Do it.
a star. Come on, please.
Yeah,
I don't believe her. I don't believe
That's
her.
fine.
I don't believe her.
You don't have to believe me.
Can you say it? Can you say
Please.
that?
Come on.
Can you say?
In the taste of the lips, I'm on a run. What would you do?
I did it. Hit me, baby, one more time.
Give us a little.
Do it.
No.
Hit me, baby, one more
I was so bad.
Do
I
it.
was
You're
Do
the
it.
content
so bad.
carry if you do it.
What? Marsh, just Google the video.
What? There's a video of you! There's a video of it!
Doing Britney Spears!
What the fuck?
How did you guys not know about this?
Whoa!
Go on YouTube.
Oh my god, it's so much sicker than Turkish World Wrestling.
It's not good. I'm very tone deaf.
Yeah,
and
that's why it's good for
Yeah.
content.
pretty rough. Yeah.
I've changed. Oh my god, I remember that version of you.
Where is it?
I remember that version of you. This is objectively a better version of you.
Wait,
you
we
were
don't have the full
so
video
evil
anywhere?
with black hair.
Yeah, she used to be so sassy.
You were so scary.
She used to make fun of me all the time.
Oh my god. I think it must be in that I've changed video somewhere. I don't know where though.
With the brunette hair, you're like, you would give like really mean penis reviews or something. Like that's what you look like.
That's not what I did. I don't know where it.
Sorry, I'm saying you could.
That's so. I don't know. I don't know where it is. That's so weird.
Then I guess you have to do it live.
No,
Oh baby,
if you
baby.
go donate, if you donate 100 subs to my stream, it plays. I know it. Like we have the video. That's why I'm surprised it's not there.
That's insane. That's like are you holding a monetary gun over our heads right now? What the fuck?
Next time I'm live, boys. No, I
No,
don't know.
no, seriously, come on.
I don't know. I'm surprised it's not coming up on YouTube. I don't know.
Look up Okay, we'll find it in the paywall. Brilliant idea,
She's
March.
so lucky.
I have.
All right, what cruise line were you?
Carnival.
And you were Brittany.
Yeah.
Dude, you've done some weird ass
Yeah, you did
fucking
some
jobs.
Anyway, when you're on a cruise.
I like it. I don't know if they match, but it looks good. Straight on. Not bad at all. Man, it took so long to do like photorealistic type shit. So much work.
Cruise and you go out at night and it's pitch black.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't love that.
Did you get in the water?
No.
No, dude.
Actually, I'll be right back.
Un, due, tre, quattro. No quick head in my bed, I can't have that. Want that long neck, not talking giraffe neck. Ain't no laying down, man, we about to have late fun. I'm about to make your balls stick up like space buns. Want your dick soaked? Place it down my throat. Tongue tickle your dick, but not telling a joke. Pedal in this pussy, that's how you rock a boat. It get live in this pussy, I'm not talking Periscope. In the sheets, I am a bully. Get more head than a hoodie. Every time you make me come, it looks just like vanilla pudding. Sit on your face all day, please say they hurt me. Then I turn around and give the dick more kisses than Hershey's. Yo, dick brick hard like a metal. I got 3 holes for it like a pretzel. Tight as a virgin, boy, don't get nervous. I'm here to serve you customer service. I save dick by giving a CPR. I save dick by giving a CPR. Put my mouth on it like CPR. Let's make porn and watch it on VCR. I think we should fuck up in every zip code. It would make a pussy wetter than a fishbowl. Pussy a kitty cat, I pet it like a pet. I fuck doggy style so much I need to go to the vet. Hot box more like a scorching pussy. Open this coochie up like a fortune cookie. Peel banana in my mouth, watch my tongue go 8. You'll dick getting more blows than a birthday cake. When I'm near it, no I don't fear it. Licking on that penis like a letter when I feel it. Today way better than my past vlog. And if you want employed, I can give you an ass job. Pussy already wet, don't need no lube ointment. Dick twisting in my stomach like food poisoning. That's how you know when you hit the spot. I'll make your pants unzip more than Ziploc. Yo, dick brick hard like a metal. I got 3 holes for it like a pretzel. Tight as a virgin, boy, don't get nervous. I'm here to serve you customer service. I save dick by giving a CPR. I save dick by giving a CPR. Put my mouth on it like CPR. Let's make porn and watch it on VCR. Anything goes when you open my hole. Dirty panties from the sex, yeah, I got me some loads. Listen, I'm the most explicit. Long stick inside my river, but we not going fishing. Know what to do every time you have a horrible day. I'll eat that sausage all day like it's Memorial Day. I'm talking barbecue sauce and mustard on it. And the mayonnaise comes when you bust right on it. Name anything freaky and you know about that shit. Only time I'm not on the dick is when I'm about to shit. Pubic hair still in my mouth. Not again, so when I suck
I went inside. I went inside and my cats were just hugging each other. It was the cutest thing I've ever fucking seen. I wish I had my phone. It was so sweet.
Who need a gym when you got dick to work you out? I want my face to lose weight, so stroke my mouth. And anytime I pussy wanna be hairy like Harry Potter. Becky with the good hair is what you could call it. Let's get it. A little faster. A little more. Right there. Give it to me now.
paradigm of absolute control. And that's why we're just out here doing simple things, pointing out that we're meant to be in nature and be natural. And this is where we find the source that God made to transcend the New World Order. And that's why they want to try to keep us out of it.
I'm angry. I've had enough of these people. They're a bunch of Christian murderers, stoned giant death factories, keeping babies alive and selling their body parts. What more do you need to know about these people? I go out and face these scum. They literally crawl out from under rocks. They have green looking skin and they run around screaming, we love Satan, we wanna eat babies. I have them on video. Hillary's in the creepy weird sick stuff, man. She sleeps in the same room with that creepy weird woman whose mother wears a hood over her head. What the hell? That woman number one is ugly. Imagine how bad she smells, man. I'm told her and Obama just stink. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur. Literal vampire pot and goblins are hobbling round coming after us. My spirit gets close to that evil and I feel it go. We're such self-centered crap. We don't even notice hell itself rising up against us. Millions upon it, people of the very worst type, and I'm so pissed. We're gonna stab your daughter at the mall. We're gonna stab your wife, your son. We're gonna stab you with a butcher knife, and then the police chief is gonna say, we love our Somali, we love our Muslims.
Oh, they're so good. Oh, they're so sweet. So true.
I was watching Fox News as I worked out this morning.
Oh, they're so good. Oh, they're so sweet.
Dude, he'll
Oh,
die.
Cutie, you are dead ass. You have thrassophobia.
You can't get in the water. You're on a cruise ship
Yeah.
in the middle of the ocean.
I don't know. You work on the boat.
You think you jump off and climb back up?
When you're docked?
No, you're not docked. That's what I'm saying.
Also,
I'm
I don't
saying-
even think you can jump off even if you're docked. It's like pretty big.
Yeah, yeah.
It would be too high of a jump, I think, for a non-professional diver to jump into.
Anyway, you go. It's like middle of the ocean because that's when they do most of their traveling. It's middle of the night and it's just empty. You can't see an island with lights. You can't. It's just pitch black and you just see the waves like kind of glistening off the cruise ship. And it's
Yeah,
like,
that's terrifying.
That's
I went
I don't like that.
wakeboarding at night one time, and it was
In the ocean?
Yes, it
Ooh,
was
I
the
don't like that.
most terrifying thing I've ever. I
Yeah.
don't even know if it's legal.
Wait, where? Which ocean?
I don't know if you should do that.
Jersey
It's scary as
Oh.
fuck.
Atlantic.
Yeah, you're not supposed. I mean, they have all those signs that are like, "Don't go in the ocean after." You want to hear something crazy that's Mormon?
Yeah.
Is Mormons, when you're on your mission, they tell you to avoid the ocean.
What?
Yeah, when you're on your mission as a missionary, you're supposed
Why?
to avoid the ocean.
Why?
What?
Specifically, I don't know. It's something like there's something with the devil in the ocean.
I'm amending my story.
Why do
It was in a lake. It was in Lake Michigan.
Oh, that's still scary.
Yeah.
But Lake
Yeah.
Michigan was
The devil lives in the ocean, I guess.
actually like I remember.
That's the
one-
Mormon. That's
well,
the
no,
one
no,
that
no.
Mormons are supposed to avoid.
No,
what
one-
are you doing?
You can. It's like especially at night or something. I don't remember,
Can
but
you look this up? Why
my-
do Mormons avoid the ocean?
only missionaries.
Why?
Not normal Mormons. I don't know. I had a cousin that went to I want to say
I
Michigan.
love
It was
whenever March spells shit is so bad. He wrote missionaries with like a Y. There's a Y
Yeah,
in
he's
there.
got the Billy Rave braids.
Oh yeah.
It's so funny every time.
Yeah.
Oh.
Why are LDS missionaries instructed to stay away from bodies of water? I saw a post recently. LDS missionaries. Blah blah blah.
On Christianity.com. LDS missionaries are instructed not to go swimming. Commonly, this idea is misunderstood to be for the entire Mormon population, which is not true.
Yeah, it's just missionaries.
Nevertheless, I suffered it that ye might bear record. Behold, there are many dangers upon the waters, and more especially hereafter. For I, the Lord, have decreed in mine anger many destructions upon the waters. Ye, and especially upon these waters. What the fuck? Why?
Oh, they're afraid of sea monsters.
I don't know.
They're afraid of sea monsters.
Okay, that's like Mormonism 1, every other religion 0, though, for real. Because, like, sea monsters are terrifying.
I don't know.
Have you ever seen an
why.
anglerfish?
Oh, God. Don't even.
Have you ever seen an
Are those the creepy ones? Wait.
Yeah.
They just don't want them to.
Anglerfish, I think, are the scariest thing on the planet.
Yeah, they're scary with their glossy eyes. Or their
And
It's just
teeth.
like all matter of dude.
But the
oh,
one in
fuck.
Finding Nemo, so cute. Look at him.
No.
Way too day.
You know what's really interesting about anglerfish?
So
I don't even know if
cute.
you know this. There are dimorphic species, and the female is that one. That's the one we all know. And the male is just like a little guppy. And what
Really?
happens is he latches onto her, like her basically back end and becomes a pair of vestigial testicles.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
What?
Go one up, go one above, one
So
to the right,
basically-
one to the right.
Ew, look at him.
They're so symbiotic, they almost
Show that.
become like hermaphroditic. Like
Look
because
at
he
that.
grows onto her skin.
That's weird.
Yeah.
I would
Gross.
let
Simp.
I would let Ludwig grow on my skin.
Lamau.
And become a vestigial pair of
That's so gross. Why? What?
Yeah.
So
We'd hang out all the time.
yeah, fish are fucking disgusting, and they freak me the fuck out. They smell bad, and also we should respect their area. Like, don't go into their homes.
So I should, for your date that you're auctioning off at the gala, I should say a fishing date with Hasan.
Fuck no.
Ocean,
Absolutely
late night ocean swim. With
Late
Hasan.
night ocean swim with Hasan.
Yeah, so we can both die.
God.
That's what'll happen. Yeah, no, it's just I tackled my fear, but also not really, because like I am still afraid of the deep ocean, like the open ocean.
Are the dates at the gala?
No.
The different thing?
They buy them.
At the gala.
You don't understand.
They buy 'em at the
You
gala.
don't understand the process. You go, you auction off a date, and that
I
date is
say
actually
fresh
streamed.
meat. Yeah.
That date is actually streamed at a later date.
Yeah.
That's her idea.
You're slutting yourself out for the gorillas. Just buy yourself, and then you don't have to do anything with anybody.
A jerk off sesh with Will Knapp. Oh, $500.
I actually don't have a lot of people that have agreed to be
Self-sucking instruction with Will Neff.
not auctioned, and you guys didn't agree. You just got.
I
forced.
wonder why.
Really, I think it's fun. I'm getting auctioned.
I'm gonna win that and make you do something terrible.
But it's a baking lesson with Cutie Cinderella.
We're gonna bake math.
Oh, that's fun. I actually, one person that I messaged today to get auctioned was Blouse Toys. And he was like, I can't wait to see how much Austin's going to spend on me. And I was like, bitch, Austin's cheapest hoe in the whole world. He's not going to buy you.
It's true.
He's gonna be way more concerned on what gets spent on him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Blau's going to get fucked when he goes up there and Austin doesn't bid. And then it's just like, no one bids on Blau. That'd be funny.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that about does it for this week's free episode. If you want the freemium content, or the premium content rather, go
Why'd
to
you call it
patreon.com.
Premium.
Patreon.com/fearand. I don't fucking
It's
know.
not
what
free.
I'm
It
saying.
costs
I'm
$5.
so tired. It costs $5 for tier one.
Costs $5, and we're gonna take our toes and we're gonna latch them like holding hands. That's
We
what
have done that.
Kitty,
we're gonna
we
do
can
it.
do that. You can't do that.
We've also done that.
Cutie, people on the internet will have a field day with that. We have to.
Which is
hide-
why she's gonna do it
Yeah.
behind the paywall.
No,
That's
we are
right.
putting-
For $5, you can make so much more.
We are putting burkas on her feet.
What the hell?
The internet's a fucked up place.
Bye, guys.
Do it.
There's no way she didn't know about feet content.
Oh, baby, baby. That's not how you do it. Cute knee Spears, Cutie Cinderella. I was right. Oh, yeah, that's me.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
It's
You're
bad.
such a mean girl with that hair. I can't even get over it. It's like a different person.
I need it.
Do you feel like you had a different personality with that hair?
I had a different persona on purpose, but I was the same person.
Play it.
Oh, I'm so bitchy. It's actually so bad. No. It's so bad. No.
Oh my god, it's not that bad. I need it. I need
It's been a while
that.
since I made a video.
Oh my god, I need that so badly. Oh my god. Okay, it's fun time. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's so cute. What the fuck?
He has no idea at all.
Markiplier's udders are looking real juicy.
Go get him, buddy.
Hey,
Oh, look
yo.
at all that honey in there.
Do I look like I care?
Cooking with gas. Stop it. You get probably about 4 or 5 of these every week.
Now we're gonna eat them.
Good morning, everybody. I found Master Uguay after he's been hiding under a
Aw.
barn for 5 days. This man loves to just up and disappear for like 3 days straight.
Just chilling.
Out under there. Hey guys, today I'm going to show you with this little shelf here. I found a little rock outside how to bottle feed a orphan squirrel. I use these little miracle syringes. These are the best possible things you can use with this little nipple here. Just a 3cc syringe is enough. I only use Fox Valley Nutrition because that's a specific for squirrels.
Tiny baby.
Formula. Patrick, if you keep nibbling on my hair, I'm going to eat you, boy. Stop it. Now you guys are probably thinking, Uncle Ben, why do you have him on that big rock? You want him to be stretched out on top of something, and yes, the rock just moved a little bit. Now it's very important when you're feeding them to push the syringe very, very slowly because we don't want them to aspirate. If they aspirate, they get something called aspiration pneumonia, and they can die from that. This is a baby that doesn't even have open eyes. He has no idea at all what's going on. Uh-oh, our rock's starting to move away.
He has no idea. He doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't know what's happening. He's just having a meal, being happy. I love him.
But you see how slowly I'm doing? Get out of here, Petra. You see how slowly I'm moving this syringe? There's no possible way that this guy could aspirate because he's doing half the work. This is very important. I'm going to show you guys how to latrine them. What you want to do is just use your finger to stimulate the little dinguses. But I'll finish showing you guys that inside because Patrick won't start jumping on me. I wasn't thinking about him being out here. But thank you, Master Uguay, for using your body as a little table for us to be able to do that. We love you and we appreciate you, Master Uguay. Look at Patrick just licking him. I sure do love this ancient
so cute
creature. Bye, Patrick. Oh boy. If you guys don't feel comfortable using your fingers, you can always use a warm, wet washcloth. Even though we get 3 calls about squirrels every week. This is the only wildlife animal we have here, so I'm taking extra special care. Usually I give the squirrels to my friend Amanda because she's another rehabber that does a great job. She
Little
specializes
baby.
in squirrels. She has too many and she says, Ben, please stop giving me all you dang squirrels. Now we're gonna eat them. But like I said, I get about 4 calls about these guys every week. And my other rehabber friends have about 30. But after that, I just go ahead and fold him back up in his little nest. And I put him in his little incubator here where he will stay nice and warm until the next time where I need to feed him. So this is what I use, you guys. I use Fox Valley Nutrition with a little bit of electrolytes, especially when they first come in and they're dehydrated. I weigh them on a little scale here, and then I give them 5% of that in cc's for their body weight. So this little bingus weighs 84 grams. That's after he was fed, but we'd want to give him about 4 cc's for his body weight. Speaking of squirrels, you guys, Big Ounce is basically just a type of ground squirrel. And one which you don't need a permit.
Yep. Why is this happening? The internet.
He has no idea. Squirrels to my friend Amanda because she's another 30. But
Buffer.
Sure,
Damn
they're
it.
cute when they're babies. But especially when they first come in and they're dehydrated. I weigh them on a little scale here, and then I give them 5% of that in cc's for their body weight. So this little bingus weighs 84 grams. That's after he was fed, but we'd want to give him about 4 cc's for his body weight. Speaking of squirrels, you guys, Big Ounce is basically just a type of ground squirrel. And one which you don't need a permit to own in the great state of Texas. So at least in this state, what is he doing? Now, the squirrels I showed you may look like good pets, but they're nothing like Biggerton Ouncerton. Sure, they're cute when they're babies. But so is everything else. He's acting so cringe. Oh, there he goes. But yeah, guys, even Big Ounces don't make great pets. The squirrels end up being jerks whenever they hit their teenage stage and they need to go back to the wild. A bite from a squirrel or a prairie dog is really painful. I don't think this is an ideal pet for beginners. When I first got Big Ounce, he would chew all of my cords like this. And if I just kind of
Oh,
left
no.
him to run around the house all day, he would chew every cord here. As you can see, he chews on the welcome mat. He chews on all the trim and the baseboards, especially the ones near doorways because he thinks he's going to get scaped. Sometimes
my
you take an
God.
apple away from him, or in this case, dry up a puddle, and he starts to get real angry and try and bite you. Although I personally have never been bit by Big Ounce, he's come pretty close. See, right now, Big Ounce is angry at me for taking away the puddle of water on the ground. So here's a little puddle of fresh water, buddy. I'll just let him drink out of this. Precious baby boy. But these squirrels aren't any better, you guys. Oh, fire truck driving by. Very nice. But these squirrels aren't any better, you guys. In fact, they're
so cute.
Actually quite a bit worse. Man, this boy is still drinking. And when they're babies, they do seem like they would make great pets. They really don't. And at least Big Ounce stays on the floor.
Sleeping in your palm. It's so cute.
Imagine having something with all of the anger and temperament of Big Ounce that can chew through wires and everything else that also jumps on the ceiling. Okay, guys, that's 2 out of the 3 feedings I'm giving this guy today. I could give him 4. But it sure is weird putting the last 100-degree day behind us, isn't it, Master Oogway? My grass and I have waited a long time for this. What's crazier is that we now have this open enclosure space to put anything else in here. Wild or domestic. Happy moment. Oh, is that hit rapper and artist DaBaby? Pretty soon we're gonna start to get rain again, and all of this is gonna start to turn green. Also, I left the hose on this morning apparently, and this thing just got flooded. Look at that little baby boy. Also, I got some internet criticism for releasing a rabbit on my property. There are tons of wild rabbits that just live here and thrive. Also, the eagle enclosure is almost done being framed. I've decided to fence in the middle of this so this whole thing ends up being a 200-foot run. And when I fix this up as a shelter, the eagles will be able to fly from here, loop around that little area there with the pond, because this will be a big fenced-in wall. But with this huge open 20-foot space here, the eagles and osprey will be able to turn around and fly above this little pond here, so that way they can practice turning. And the only downside to this is that it's going to be nearly impossible to catch them when they're ready to be released. But that's how
they can practice. That's so dope. Oh, he thought of everything.
It's supposed to be, I suppose. Next big projects are going to be finishing the framing, finishing this pond here, getting a mesh to cover the whole thing. And after that, we should be cooking with gas. Homelander is healed up completely. He no longer has a little gash in his foot anymore. And I found a lovely home for these adorable little cringe emus. Petunia is still a really great mother to baby pigs, even ones that she didn't raise or give birth to herself. So when people abandon or surrender little tiny piglets, I can just give them to her. Also,
she's so dirty.
Please stop asking about Cringe and Mrs. Ounce. I rehome them to my contractor's kids. In the last video, I promised you guys I would show you what
Cringe and Mrs. Ounce. Oh,
what's inside the beehive. It's too dark for that now, so I'll just go ahead and... Good morning, everybody. Today I'm going to be smoking my bees. Today's a big day. You guys all set? Uncle Ben, when are you going to show us your bees? They're all dead, aren't they, Uncle Ben? Aren't they dead?
They're all dead, Uncle Ben, aren't they?
But yeah, guys, I'm going to go ahead and try smoking my bees today because we got a bunch of guys working on the property. Look how nice of a job those guys are doing over there. Oh, now we're cooking with gas, baby. Let's go get these bees. You guys are all going to say, oh, Uncle Ben, you're not supposed to smoke your bees, Uncle Ben. That's bad for them. Do I look like I care? First thing I'm going to do is get rid of all these dang weeds. See, now Uncle Ben's a little too lazy to paint his hive bodies before he puts them on here. Hey guys, take a look at this. Okay guys, as you can see, we got tons of honey in here. I'm gonna lift up one of these bad boys so you can see it. Okay guys, I'm gonna use this little tool here to lift one of these up for you. Wow, look at my little bees, you guys. Oh, and look at all that honey in there. Whoa. Sweet wampum, we could be eating this. Pierce, how's about you come over here and take a little bite of this, huh? But yeah guys, look, this is all good honey that they've already capped off. A lot of it they've already...
Wait, why is it that color?
Capped off. I'm gonna go ahead and just put this back in there. Try not to kill these guys. They're swarming. Okay, hey, calm down, boys. Oh, they're waking up now, boys. Okay, all right, never mind. Hey, take a look at this, guys. We got a nice big thing full of honey. Actually gonna put the new one in here. It doesn't have anything. Bada bing, bada boom. I'm gonna put this one in this new one. Take a look at that. This way they'll start building combs on the new racks much faster. Okay, now I'm gonna go ahead and put this top on, and
easy.
We're done. See, that wasn't so hard, you guys. Okay, guys, that's it. I used the smoker for the first time. Yeah, whatever, I'm a villain. But there it is, you guys. We do, in fact, have a ton of honey
villain.
in there. Let me know if you want me to harvest it. All of that honey was from me not putting any pollen or nectar in there.
Harvest the honey. Show me the goods.
All this year. But these bees did eat every one of the fruits that we threw at Whistling Diesel's Ferrari. Guys, that's that's over with. I have no idea how to turn this dang thing
Pog.
off. I just dumped this in a fire pit. What am I supposed to do with this? Also, I have it on high authority that Save the Bees lady on the hit app name of TikTok definitely smokes the heck out of her bees. There's no way she doesn't. I'm calling you out, Texas Bee Works. If you want to prove me wrong, come out here, free handle all these bees. Just to prove a point, you guys, I'm standing here in a tank top next to a bunch of really angry, upset bees, but I smoked the heck out of them, so they're not stinging me at all. They're not even landing on me. Take a look at
Let's
this,
go.
you guys. Markiplier's udders are looking real juicy. Oh, sweet wampum, those udders are looking real thick. Taking a lot of self-control to not squeeze those.
Stop.
Come on.
Stop it.
Come on, Markiplier, please, let me just... please. Please turn around, Markiplier. Hold that burrito out. Hold that burrito out. Let's see. Come on. Oh, good morning, Gort. Look at these pigeons, you guys. For some reason, my pigeons live in these trees instead of their coop now. Oh, he's perfect. I don't like killing these things because I think they're so cute. Oh, you're gonna just splash them? Yeah, watch. That's all you needed was soap? Soap and water. What the heck? That was just Dawn dish soap? Right after I gave that squirrel to another
It's true. Dawn dish soap will kill wasps. It's true.
rehabber, we have 2 more mouths to feed. But here it is, guys, just to prove my point from earlier in this video. These are the only wildlife that we're still getting now. There's still tons of squirrels falling out of nests in trees. You get probably about 4 or 5 of these every week. So precious. I'm gonna go ahead and give them some fluids because look how wrinkly they are. But man, right after we got rid of that other one, we should have just kept that little boy because now we have 2 more. Also, Big Ounce is getting fat again because I realized that he wasn't drinking his water. Prairie dogs don't need to drink water. All the moisture they need, they get through their food. Now I put a little bowl in there for Big Ounce because there's not a lot of moisture in that hay. Okay, I just refilled the Cappy water, but I'm not sure why these sprinklers are on. I don't know why the sprinklers are on right now. Look at this big, beautiful boy. But also, now that it's not 1,000,000 degrees, we're going to start running the sprinklers everywhere here again. Hopefully the ground will actually retain it. Because it's going to be a bit colder, Gustavo here might need to be moved out into full sun. But he's doing really well in here now, and he's very happy. Look at all that enrichment. Go get him, buddy. But that's it for now, you guys. I love you. I appreciate
Look at it.
Thanks so much for watching this video, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Oh, I almost forgot to
Video?
What? You guys made it this far in the video without liking or subscribing?
Jesus loves everyone, but I don't. Hey guys.
My first sold out stand-up show. Let's go.
Guys, what's up? It is time for another vlog. Buy my shirt. Buy my hats. Buy it all.
Get your fucking ass up
And join my Patreon. And this one's starting out immediately with a DIY. Gotta check that there are no boogers. Shit. There's one. Now, as y'all saw in my last vlog, I finished kind of putting away and cleaning up my guest room, and now I want to paint it.
It's so pretty.
Do I leave for Los Angeles tomorrow? Yes. Why are you starting a project, you might ask? I don't know, guys. Okay, I'm just trying to feel something. I got sample jugs of 509 and 474. And I think I'm leaning towards 509, but I think it might be too brown, whereas this has a little green in it. But I also bought these rags because I want to try doing like a faux lime wash. This is only going to be horrible.
Honey, you've got a big, big storm coming.
I just went online to look at how you do a faux lime wash, and you need sponges. So we will be using rags because that's what I bought. Why can
Oh no. Oh no, that's not going to go well at all.
I never research anything before I go and buy the products? You know? Like, what is that? Or, because they're both so similar, what if I did both as like a combo thing? Yeah? Yeah, totally. Oh my god,
That's
what
a thing.
Fuck is that? Oh, Chris, you stupid fuck. We're just gonna try this out. What are we thinking? God, what am I doing? Okay, so it turns out I could really use a sponge. This looks like literally someone shit on my wall. I love the 474
Yeah, you really need the sponge.
because
And I don't know about that even.
it's like a solid green, but I like the 509 because it has more of a brown. I wish I could like combine the two. Oh my god, do I combine the two? I have decided that I'm
You
going
can do
with
that.
509. I just think 474 will be way too dark. And considering the guest bathroom is right next door and is literally a cave. Alright, I'm gonna go and buy this paint and get started! it! Woo! I could not tell you where that energy just came from.
Let's go.
This Barbie pulled a neck muscle painting the guest room. Yeah.
Arnar.
Yeah. Oh my god, ow. Really bad. This is everything that I got done. A lot has happened
Pretty good.
since I last vlogged. Topping the list is not sleeping because my neck was paralyzed. I went and got a massage, and guys, I don't want to brag, but ooh. Ooh. You know it's serious when I'm showing both of my profiles. Anyways, I got my friend settled into my house who is watching Booger and my house while I am gone. But right now, my mom is driving me to the airport and I have packed more than I did when I moved to LA. Suitcase is coming in at 70 pounds. And that's just one of them. Anyways, let's go to LA.
Oh my god. Oh my god. The luggage fees. Astronomical.
We would like to be the first to welcome you to Los Angeles, where it's currently 9:32 p.m.
Hopped off the plane at LAX, not with a dream, not with a cardigan, but with a stifling fear of the sights and smells. And also the 5-mile walk to baggage claim. Ow, oh my god. Going for a ride in
LAX
this
is hell.
lady's Bronco.
Literally, LAX is hell on earth. I think that's it.
Oh. I love it. Call me a lesbian then. No, that was crazy. Shannon, this is stunning. Sydney Sweeney Hoomst. I mean, literally. Wow, I look this with my mustache. I mustache you if you're selling. God, what has become of this vlog already? Oh my god, I have not been to a gas station in motherfucking years. But what is this? Regular bitch? No, that is abnormal.
The fuck?
Good morning, happy campers. I am heading to Studio City right now because I am filming on the Too Hot Takes podcast again, and I am so excited. Obviously, I'm in LA for my Unhinged 100th episode live taping and stand-up, but I'm doing a lot of podcasts while I'm out here. I'm just in such a good mood being back. I love it. Look where I am again. I'm so excited. We have like a full studio. I'm getting like the full Too Hot Takes experience. Morgan's set is making me want to rip the peel and stick tiles off my wall because my set ain't shit. Because she's got like 2 sides. She's got fucking nice lights. Shit, I gotta step my game up. It's later in the day, and now that I'm in LA, I had to hit up my tattoo girl, Avia. Hi. If you guys don't remember, she did the masterpiece of Booger right here. I knew when my Nana passed I wanted to get a tattoo, but I had to wait to get it from her because she is, I mean, the fucking best. So the game plan is to get tickly tickly on the knee, and then if you laugh, you don't love me. My Nana, when we were younger, would always tickle our knee and say that, and then when we would laugh, because we're all ticklish on our knees for some reason, she would be like, you don't love me. So I figured this was like the perfect place and the perfect tattoo. You guys are getting inner thigh content today. Here is the stencil. Hot dogs are legs. Ooh, it's done. My Nana would probably come back to life and die all over again if she knew I was getting a tattoo for her. So, shh, we're not gonna tell her. I found this like weird person with a boot on this street, and it's Andy! Oh my goodness. Wait, the lighting's not good. No,
Let's
but what
go.
did we expect? Wait, this is stunning light. It's so funny that my shoulder is thrown out and Andrew's foot is out. So together we are one fully formed person. I am at Andy's apartment because we are filming. Oh my god, this is also the old green couch from Unhinged. This is f***ed up. I thought I looked good in the photo booth, and then I saw these fucking lesbians. What the fuck? Hi guys, I just got back from Renee Raps, album release party. Go stream it. I was there because my baby. I don't have pants on either. Oh my god, I forgot I got tattoos. Katya shot the motherfucking cover of her album, and I'm so proud of you.
Do you want to share some gluten-free mac and cheese with me?
I gotta go, y'all. So it's Saturday. Hurricane Hillary has not come clean yet. Katya has a friend whose birthday it is, whose name...
Bree!
Oh, Bree, that's what it is.
Happy birthday, Bree!
Shout out to Bree! I love you, cheese. Anyways, Katya
Shout
has a
out.
friend whose birthday it is. Her name starts with B, and so the party's theme is come as... Quinn! Stop eating tater tots and aioli! You're a 6-pound Pomeranian. You're gonna explode diarrhea. Take it from me. Anyways, Katya's friend Bree is having a birthday. Come dressed as something with the letter B. Katya's dog Quinn is going as a basketball player. But Katya, Eileen, and I have decided to dress up as belly button. Katya! Don't tease the girls like that. Get
Easy.
in here. What do you think of our costume?
Awesome. It's innovative.
It's innovation.
Funny.
Is this your favorite Uber you've taken? Driven? I don't know.
What's the most famous belly button you've ever seen?
Hello guys, yesterday I was in Hurricane Hillary. It was literally just a fucking rainstorm. Let's calm down everyone. Today I am back at my fave place, L'Equipe. I am just gonna try on a bunch of different stuff and I'll show you what I try on. Hey guys, we just left L'Equipe and it was so good seeing Evan and the rest of the L'Equipe team. I got some good stuff that I'm so excited about. I am now going to pick up Katya and we are gonna get some lunch. I think we're gonna get some sushi. It is seriously such a beautiful day out. I am like shook that yesterday was a quote-unquote hurricane. Hi guys, it's later in the day and I'm going to get dinner with the one and only Claudia Saluski, and I wanted to do a little outfit check because I love it. Right, the tank top and the shirt we got this morning. The pants are at Calzada. The shoes are the Nike Billy collab. The hat is Capital. The sunglasses are... I don't f***ing know what it is anymore. Let's go party, girls. This is called versatility, everybody. Thank you, and good night. I don't remember the last thing I vlogged, but it is Thursday, and I am meeting Justin, Sam, and Jake at Flappers because we are looking at the venue. Anyways, we are looking at the venue to plan Unhinged live. I've been writing stand-up for the past 2 days, and I'm exhausted.
Let's fucking go.
So we just finished up at Flappers and we came up with the show, ran through it, and it was good to see the team in person, especially after all of the fun drums that's ensued this week. I just got news that the studio that Unhinged with Chris Klemens is signed with is closing and fired my podcast team last week. Yeah, so I have to figure out what to do with the podcast and how to create a salary for 3 people. However, I just got out to find the biggest treat ever, Trump's mugshot. Look at this little pouty baby. I will say I'm feeling super excited about the show on Sunday. It definitely calmed my nerves to see the room and kind of go over it and all that stuff. So, I'm so excited. I'm so nervous. But Katia, Morgan, and I are getting dinner tonight to celebrate the fact that the videos that they have been working tirelessly on for Ms. Ariana Grande are releasing. There's a lot to celebrate, so it's gonna be a fun night. And God, do I just need a fun night. I'm wearing the same thing, but we're on the way to dinner. Yeah. We're celebrating these two hot sluts for their incredible work on Miss Ariana Grande's new project. Little Miss Directorial debut. That's your neck. Choking. Miss Morgan, producer of the motherfucking Censor. And then there's me, who's a little high. I'm going out tonight, going out to the front of the line. My name is Chris, and I'm high, and I'm drunk, and I'm both right now. And I'm both right now. Chris the musical coming, hopefully nowhere anytime soon. Hey guys, good morning. It is Saturday, and I am here, guys, with the person who connected me with Booger. Rosa! Hi! You literally are the reason for my life being worth living. While I was in LA, I wanted to stop by Angel City because I've never actually been here. I only met Booger like in a park in Silver Lake. Anyways, there is another dog I'm seeing today. Oh, guys, I don't know. We're gonna see. But oh my God, it's a fat little chunker. Bring me the chunk. Oh my gosh, you are bigger and chunkier than I ever. The waddle, I could. You're such a good boy. You're such a good boy. Literally, she is a perfect little chicken nugget. Are you a perfect chicken nugget? Are you a perfect chicken nugget? Me another hug. Oh my gosh, you're perfect. Oh my gosh, you're a heavy girl. Did you just get bathed?
I know, he smells good.
Did you just get bathed? Oh, go run. Go run. Guys, this is Trudy, and I might have to steal her. You are gorgeous. Go run. Go. Go, go, go. Hi, baby. Are you a cutie patootie? A little booby? A little booby. Oh my God, I want you. I want them all. Hi, guys. It is 2:08 in the morning. In like 18 hours, I will be doing my live show. And I spent the greater part of this evening spiraling because I have a lot of nerves, but I'm glad because I know that this is like the step I want and almost need to be going in my career. But having posted online for like 11 years and having people be like, you're so funny, you're so funny. And then the idea that I might not be funny on stage scares me because it's like, well, I don't mind failing, but then failing so publicly, literally in front of people, ooh, I don't know if my little soul can handle that. I feel like I cannot sleep, which is a problem. And I also want to go over my stand-up a little more, just to, you know, really make sure I feel like I'm in college all over again. And I have like a huge test tomorrow, and I'm like trying to memorize all this shit. Except it's like yeah, I wrote the book. I don't even know what I'm saying. I am so tired. Good morning. It is show day. And by good morning, fully 1:20, and I've got to be at the venue in 40 minutes. That was louder than normal. Thank you. Thank you. Feeling better than the spiral that I had last night. So that's always a win. It is time to head to Flappers for my first ever stand-up show. Ah!
So brave, dude. Oh my God.
I'm in the green room at Flappers. It's so crazy. There are so many, like, people who have signed this wall. And the fact that I'm, like, gonna, one, join them, and two, like, this is the start of my fucking... Hold on, Jake's calling. Hello.
And delivery from Angela Klemens.
Angela, we did redo this, by the way. He called her Ashley Klemens and then Angelical Klemens. Mom, this is so nice. Oh my God. And they smell so good. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. God. So much of today's set is about you. Mom!
Oh, Chris!
That is so nice.
I didn't want to get in your way before this. So.
No, Mom, shut up. This is so pretty and thoughtful. What the fuck?
We were just in the parking lot and someone opened their door and yelled, Sam?
Ah!
Like, oh my
You're
God.
Sam! You're Sam, sign the wall, Sam!
And she was like, you probably recognize my voice, I call in a lot. And it did sound familiar.
Oh my God, I'm f***ing screaming.
Hey guys, we're doing a run through.
What if I just did ASMR? Like, I was like, what is stand up? And then I was like,
ASMR comedy.
yeah, I just think from here, the flat of the table looks better than slightly.
It'll help for visuals probably on the corners too.
Can I have you guys sit at the table? I just got a text from Andrew. I didn't know the show was sold out. When did that happen? Like 10 minutes ago?
God, right?
Last night. Look at you guys. Just like me in college. Sliding in at the last possible second. Holy shit, how did Andrew know that? Not me. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, I can hear you. Did I tell you that it's sold out?
Go.
It's sold out, bitch.
Famous.
Oh my God.
I know. 2 minutes away from going on with you guys. Our 100th episode live, sold out from Burbank, bitch.
Let's fucking go.
Woo! I cannot believe that we have made it this far, guys. Can you hear them?
Yeah.
I'm so nervous, guys.
Please need your Prosecco or
Oh yeah, we need my Prosecco. Someone get me my champagne.
The bathrooms are
Guys, about to go on. We just finished the fucking episode! It went so well! Guys, that was so good!
You were amazing!
You guys! I love you guys!
You're amazing.
Oh, I love you guys! I love you, I love you, I love you.
Yeah, you killed it. That was awesome.
Fuck, no, I just need to not fucking
Let's go.
stand up. Alright, thanks. Love you.
I'm so mad he didn't show any of it. Oh my God. God damn it. I go to bait it. No, I have to watch the episode.
Someone come to me when I need to be.
I have to wash my hands. I'll be right back.
I was scared. I thought it was just
Oh.
Yo!
I didn't forget anything. I didn't forget anything. I just heard your back cracking that for sure.
Hey, free chiropractor.
Oh. Good, his phone broke. No more selfies, we're free! God! I literally cannot believe I was so nervous about that! I felt so good. I think people can probably hear me from my seats, and I almost just threw up from all the wings I ate. Good morning, guys. I feel like I woke up from the best dream of my life. Like, I woke up so happy and I was like, wow, that was such a crazy dream, but it like literally was my life. I just feel so extremely motherfucking lucky. Oh my God, this is just the most motivated and excited and proud of my career I've been in so long. Just feel like this is what I was meant to do, you know? I've done stand-up before, but to have an audience of people just there for me, that was like a D-R-U-G, baby. I've just been kind of taking a couple of days. I have meetings and some work today, But now we are heading to the naughty, lying, shitty scumbag girls show that Alexis puts on. Hello, everybody. It is Saturday, and it is the last full day of me being in Los Angeles. I leave tomorrow, but before I leave, I'm going to see Beyonce in concert because Drew and Brittany invited me, and I'm so excited just for the whole thing. Because I'm super
Fucking
underprepared,
go.
I am torn between this outfit.
I feel like he goes to see Beyonce so much.
Or it's the same outfit just with a white sleeveless. Like, I love the light casual look. I did also spray paint these jeans silver, and they could also stand up on their own. They are so stiff. I'm gonna leave to go to Britney's in a little, and then we are gonna be going to Mother effing Beyonce at SoFi Stadium.
Hog. That's so sick. I would die. Hey, it's Drew after a while. I would die. I would die to see Beyonce. Oh my god.
Is there Miss Booger in the house? Miss Booger in the house! Miss Booger in the house! I missed you! I missed you! I missed you! I missed you! I missed you!
AI is threatening to take all of our jobs.
Ooh, I did want to watch this. I wanted to watch this so bad. Next time. Next time. I'm very, very tired. Thank you for hanging out with me while I finish my dumb little painting. I appreciate you. I'll be back. I'll be back Thursday. Maybe Friday. Stay tuned. In the Twitter. The Twitterverse is the best place to find out about that stuff. Yeah. I'll see you then. Drink water. Take care of yourself.